Okay. Well, we've got people here in the room that were it's early, which is nice. Hey, thank you very much. We might as well get on with the submitters. So I'd like to invite Paul McMahon on behalf of the Waitai Coastal Burwood Community Board to come and speak to us for 10 minutes. You don't have to speak for 10 minutes.
I don't.
Say if you like.
I'm sure you're aware that I can if you want me to.
And it's election year.
True, it is election year. Well, thank you very much for having me. So I'll give a summary of our board submission and have a few comments to make. So the Waitai Community Board strongly supports the draft local alcohol policy, which proposes carefully targeted evidence-based interventions to reduce alcohol-related harm in Christchurch. These modest changes strike a sensible balance between public health and community well-being and the ongoing vibrancy of the hospitality sector. Compared to previous years, the hospitality New Zealand's submission is positively enthusiastic. Reducing maximum off-licence trading hours to 9 PM addresses a key period of significant proportion of alcohol-related harm. Incidents, including violence, occur between 9 PM and midnight. Research from New Zealand and overseas consistently shows that restricting trading hours reduces alcohol consumption, nighttime assaults, and emergency service call-outs. Most alcohol sold for consumption in private settings comes from the vast proportion, in fact, licenses, and these changes will help mitigate harm where it starts at the point of sale. The proposed freeze on new off-licence deprivation areas is also essential. These communities already experience a disproportionate high intensity outlets, which is linked to greater alcohol-related harm, hazardous drinking and crime. With many of Christchurch's most deprived areas located in the Waitai area, our residents have the most preventative and cautionary approach. Restrictions on the proximity of new bottle stores to schools and addiction services are another simple common sense measure. Alcohol marketing near sensitive sites such as these contribute to increased consumption, particularly among young people, and recovery evidence shows that Māori and Pacific children are exposed to more alcohol advertising. So taken together, these proposals represent a principled and proportionate response to the long-standing challenges associated with alcohol availability in Christchurch. And they are in line with public health advice and community expectations and reflect the commitment to the same health habits. Now speaking, because having had a look at some of the submissions and having had a few discussions, speaking as myself in the interest of my community rather than as a board submission, I just want to add a few comments. So I just want to be clear that where this is coming from. I think I want to make 3 more additional recommendations. One, I think you need to place a buffer zone around the deprived areas of around 500 metres, so you don't end up with new off licences stacked up on the edge of these deprived areas. And it's a fairly straightforward measure, I think, that is consistent with what's been consulted on. So being just on the edge of a deprived area is the same as being in one for all intents and purposes. And the example I'll use here is in Auckland, where you have Glendowie and Meadowbank right next to each other, and which are basically just railway tracks in between them. And that Glendowie is one of the most deprived areas, and Meadowbank, basically Remuera, is not. And having it just on the other side of the tracks has the same effect, but it looks different on paper. So you need to weigh up practical effects. Secondly, I think you need to place restrictions on delivery hours from remote licenses to make them the same as other off licenses, because we'll end up with a proliferation of remote selling bottles. Careful, and I understand that some people are gearing up to do just that. Thirdly, the same licensing restrictions need to be imposed on supermarkets as on bottle stores. And yes, supermarkets sell more alcohol, more than alcohol, but the fact they claim it's not worth having stores or may not be worth having stores without the ability to sell alcohol after 9 p.m. shows you just how much they do sell. And I know that Foodstuffs suggests that such restrictions could lead to more abusive behaviour towards their staff, which is a surprising argument to be deployed in favour of increasing alcohol sales to those people, to say the least.
Yeah.
And finally, I want to note that Woolworth's submission makes reference to a Supreme Court decision regarding the Auckland alcohol policy in paragraph 85, of the Supreme Court decision. I invite you to read that paragraph and the surrounding paragraphs, but I'll read the final sentence of the one that they refer to, the two final sentences. On the other hand, we see any general concept of freedom to sell, buy or consume our liquor as irrelevant to the required exercise. The only relevant rights to sell alcohol are those provided in the 2012 Act. It's worth reading those other paragraphs. I'm sure you're also aware that the Supreme Court of New Zealand upheld the exact same restrictions that we're proposing. So I'm very happy to take any questions. Yeah.
Okay, so we've got councillor Barber.
Thanks, Paul. Just in terms of the board and your personal thoughts on sensitive sites in the central city, I'm sure. Could you talk a wee bit about the reasoning behind that sentiment?
So in the central city, we haven't really ventured much of an opinion because it's outside of our area. I mean, I could offer my own thoughts, but those would be distinct from the board. And that I think it's
Well, as someone who works deals with alcohol harm, it'd be good to hear from you.
I guess the difference between the two, those areas is that there's a higher density and a much higher density of outlets, and the cascading effects of having the same restrictions as in suburban areas would be very different. So wearing a policy hat, I think it's reasonable to have different restrictions if you're after a similar outcome, but also bearing in mind that there's a higher burden of alcohol related harm in the central city, but very differently though, because that harm comes, it's contributed by those off licenses significantly, but because you've got a density of licenses.
Thank you.
Okay, Tyler.
Kia ora, Paul. I was really interested in that buffer zone part of your submission. Would you be able to elaborate a little bit more on that?
Well, if you simply, so the object of the policy or what's being proposed is to reduce harm in deprived areas, right? But as you know, when you look at the deprivation index, it goes by census mesh mock areas, but people move between those areas, and I've heard lots of ridiculous arguments about this. The fact is that, and there are places across the city where you literally have, some of them near here, a decile 10 area and a decile 1 area right next to each other.
Yeah.
And it's the practical effect of having the bottle store in a decile 1 area next to a decile 10 area is the same as having it just on the other side of the road.
Yeah.
So that's it. So having a half a K kind of buffer zone will prevent the reverse outcome of having it effectively easier to have
Rather than a hard line.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Coker.
That was my question.
Right, any other questions? Councillor Moore.
So there have been arguments around off licenses, supermarkets versus liquor stores, and liquor stores particularly offer different kinds of alcohol, and saying that they're the ones that are causing the real harm, and supermarkets just there for convenience. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, all the things, convenience is a secondary consideration, and one that is elevated to the top by the arguments that the supermarkets make. I have a read of Frank, just down the road in Mizio's submission, what he says about supermarkets driving price reduction. And the fact is that supermarkets are sell much more of alcohol that people consume, and should be held to the same standards.
Thanks.
So are you, just to be clear, are you saying that you support the comment that the supermarkets should not be exempt from setting up in the
That's-
private area on the ground, or not be able to use that clause, that not for primary purpose?
So that's my view.
Yeah.
The board's consensus view was that we don't want supermarkets to be excluded from the private areas, but you know that recognise that there is a tension.
Yes, yeah. Well, thank you very much, Paul. Nice to see you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Pleasure's all ours. Right, Callum Ward on Zoom, please, on behalf of Waihora, Spraden, Cashmere, Heathcote Community Board.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Good, Morena, far away.
Morena, thank you for the opportunity to present to our submission. I think our submission is fairly straightforward. We do support essentially the policies as proposed, but we also just wanted to note, I think particularly for our board area, it sort of relates, I guess, to the point made by the previous submitter as well about the sort of arbitrary nature of boundaries. We have a area just north of Lincoln Road, in that corner between Hagley Park, Lincoln Road, and Clarence Street South. That's essentially a commercial area, and for whatever reason on the maps that we've been provided so far, sort of is excluded from, or half of it, I should say, is excluded from the high deprivation zoning, and the other side of the street isn't. So yeah, I think other than sort of broadly supporting the policies as proposed, we'd like to, as we've outlined in a submission, we'd like to also suggest that the area north of Lincoln Road, that commercial area, is zoned to as one of those high deprivation zones or sensitive sites. Sorry, not sensitive site, high deprivation areas, that's what I'm looking for, the wording. Essentially just to make it consistent with, because otherwise you've got a situation where you've got this commercial area, so it's not really any residential to speak of in that space, but you've got half of a commercial area that the policy would restrict new licenses for, and half of it wouldn't be restricted, and we'd like to see that tidied up. Yeah.
Right, is that the end of yours?
That is, yeah. I think our written submission is pretty straightforward. I don't want to just repeat what we've put in writing.
That's great. Okay, we've got some questions now. One from Councillor Johansson.
Well, thank you. I'm just looking at the written submission, and I see the blue circle that you guys have put in. So you're basically talking about that area turning to red, right?
Yeah, basically. Yep.
You just said there's no residential. I think there's some residential by the railway line, or is that further up?
I see what you say. Yes, no, you are right.
Townhouses.
That's a really good point. Yeah. There is some very new town housing in there. You are correct. But yes, I think the submission still stands. Yeah, that we'd like to zone that as a high deprivation area for the purposes of this policy, as it's essentially like, you know, it's across the road from a high deprivation area, and as the last submitter pointed out, it's the same effect as having it within that area.
So in terms of the previous suggestion of having like a buffer zone of like 500 meters or something, I don't know, I guess we can get advice around whether that would be sufficient enough, but you generally support the idea of having a buffer zone?
Personally, yeah. I mean, we haven't discussed it as a board, so just speaking personally, yes. I think that is essentially addressing systematically what, and it's what I'm talking about here, which is an instance where there's kind of an arbitrary line. I think either a buffer zone or an approach of having of looking at sort of commercial areas as whole units and making sure that they are treated consistently, where you have like a village mall type space like Addington, yeah, either approach would be good. I think I'm not sure about the number 500 meters, and I'm not sure whether that would cover the area that I'm talking about. So, but I think in principle, yes, I think that the needs there for an approach like that. Yeah.
All right, then no more questions for Kellen, nothing on Zoom? No. All right, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Appreciate you zooming in. Right,
Cheers.
so we'd like to welcome now Emma Norrish on behalf of an incredible community board named Waipapa Papanui Inner Central. Welcome.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today to our Waipapa Community Board submission. I'll take this submission as read and just highlight a few main points from it. Our board supports a reduction in off-licence maximum trading hours to 9 p.m. The research suggesting that reducing trading hours can be an effective way of reducing alcohol-related harm cannot be ignored. With regards to placing a freeze on new off-licences in high deprivation areas, our board is not convinced that this would be quite as straightforward in reducing alcohol-related harm. We suggest that the question of granting new licences in high deprivation areas would be best resolved through the discretion and expertise of the District Licensing Committee on a case-by-case basis based on the local information supplied throughout the application process. We understand that this temporary freeze proposal aligns with community views from the early engagement, but worry that it could have unintended consequences, such as bottle stores opening close together and in greater competition with each other near the boundaries of high deprivation areas. If a temporary freeze were to be implemented in these areas, we would like to see that adequate data is obtained over time to establish whether it is effective enough to justify it being extended in the future. Our board is supportive of restricting the proximity of new bottle stores to sensitive community facilities, noting the strong community support for this. It makes sense to keep alcohol outlets away from those places where some of the most vulnerable members of our communities gather. Although council chose to exclude pubs, bars and nightclubs from this proposed policy, we would like to see explored the option of capping their numbers close to sensitive sites, as this would prevent an increase in the number of these premises without operating a sinking lid policy. Within this policy, we would also like to see the District Licensing Committee given the ability to reduce the visibility of alcohol advertising in areas around these sensitive sites. This would include reducing signage and bright colours on licensed premises. And finally, we also support the proposed restrictions for new bottle stores close to sensitive sites within the central city. I'll leave it there.
Great. So regarding the freeze in the lower decile areas, and I know you can't speak on behalf of the board now because you probably discussed this idea from Paul McMahon, but would that change your view if you had created a buffer zone because you hear about unintended consequences of them clustering around the edge?
Yeah, I think it's something like a buffer zone to work around. Yeah.
No questions for Emma? No. Very clear, thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to see you. So I see we have David Hawke. Would you like to come and do your submission now, David? Coming in a little bit early, that was good timing.
Yes, kia ora, and thank you for allowing us the opportunity to present to you today. So with me is, I'm David Hawke, so I'm Treasurer of Hallsville Residents Association, and with me is John Bennett, our Chair. And as it happens, we chose our two members of our association to do the presentation because the two of us fronted an objection to a suburban bottle store in Hallsville back in 2017. So our submission is pretty straightforward. We've chosen to focus on the draft parts of the draft policy dealing with off licences because this type of licence is where it's one where alcohol consumption occurs without supervision. We also focus on the Hallsville area for obvious reasons, though we do have interest in the provisions regarding sensitive sites such as schools and childcare centres outside our area because our residents use those sites. And an obvious example is Hillmorton High School, which is not in Hallsville but is our in-zone high school. I guess at this point, it's worth taking you through some of the dynamics within Horsell Residents Association. Our association's membership encompasses people from right across the political spectrum. And just between you and me, or you and us, there are some issues that we need to treat carefully around because of those political sensitivities. But opposition to alcohol off licences, especially in suburbs like ours, is an issue where there's been absolute unanimity across our membership. This view is also in our community, so there's no political niceties needed to be shot around here. Back in August 2023, which seems a long time ago now, we ran a community survey that included 3 questions on access to alcohol. Over 70% of respondents either strongly disagreed or disagreed with the proposition that suburban bottle stores should be allowed anywhere, open any time the owner wants. Only 12% were in favour. As I said right at the start, it's worth pointing out that we've been through the licensing process for a suburban bottle store in Horsell from a time where there was no LAP. This meant that we had to base all of our arguments on the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act with no guidance as to particular points that we might focus on, or even if opposing an application was a worthwhile use of our time. In the particular case, we ended up taking the District Licensing Committee decision to appeal, with John and I fronting our opposition. All of this cost us a huge amount of time and energy that we would rather have spent on other community building activities in Horsell. It actually cost the applicant a lot too. We reckon both time and money, maybe $30,000. Then there's also the cost to the agencies of a complex process where you don't have a local alcohol policy. The inspector, New Zealand Police, medical officer of health. So there is real value for everyone in having an LAP. As you will have read, we strongly support the proposals on the draft plan regarding off licences, although as we explain in our submission, we think that they're a minimum for the likes of allowable distances for new bottle stores from sensitive sites. And reiterating a point from our submission, it's absolutely critical that those distances are taken from every entry point to a school, not just the postal address. Something that comes through really strongly in our conversations in the community is that people who struggle with alcohol find it really hard not to give in. If you talk to a health professional, even in a community such as Horsell, you'll find that alcohol harm is pervasive and an important contributor to the issues they see in their clinics every day. It's one thing to avoid going into a bottle store, but much harder when you go to the supermarket and find alcohol displays right in your face. For this reason, we're really pleased at the proposed 3-year moratorium on new off licences in areas of high deprivation, which we think is an absolutely awful thing. Includes an area south of Henderson's Road, where 1 and possibly 2 supermarkets are in the process of being built. We really do want you to make sure that there is no wriggling for these businesses. There is another tweak that we want to bring to you too, and this is one for me. I was talking to a friend yesterday who is active in one of these communities, and I asked her about whether she had become involved in the draft LAP process. She said, quote, "Too busy, too many things on, too hard, community need day to day is a bottomless pit." So our plea to you is to pass the draft plan. It's a way you can be the ambulance at the top of the cliff for actually very little cost and an enormous social benefit. So please do it. Thanks for listening. Kia ora.
Nice submission. Questions?
Just following.
Councillor Scandrett.
I just want to check that when we're doing those distances, as you mentioned about, rather than an address, it's actually the school gate, because that's actually the issue, walking past it. So if we could just double check those, that's what we.
I think we have to pick that up. I think that's a really good point.
Yeah, that's very.
Actually, because a lot of schools do have multiple entrances. So if we just took it from the point on the map, it would be very different.
In fact, most schools are like that.
Yeah.
Yes. It's Councillor Moore.
You made a big call. Alcohol sales at 2 new supermarkets, which of course it'll be the key commercial centre of Halsey, if you will, 2 supermarkets. It's a big call, but I get your reasoning. I guess my question is, what do you think the community's view would be on that? And is this sort of one of those things where, I mean, it seems likely that the community would not necessarily support that, but is this one of those things where you think council just needs to show some leadership and go ahead, regardless of if the community supports it or not? Sometimes we do need to do that.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. It's quite complex because you say, well, the community. So in terms of, do you mean well, not do you personally, but does one mean the community in the immediate area in that sort of Aidenfield, can't remember the name of it, there's so many of these things, in that development that you're talking about, south of Henderson's Road. So you mean that? So
yeah, whether just that part, or I was thinking more the community that will use those supermarkets. So I was thinking more.
So we're going over to the north of Henderson's Road, and we think that one of the things that came through really strongly at another conversation yesterday, that said, I'm not going to say who said this. I work with a person who is a recovering alcoholic. She finds it really hard going into a supermarket to buy just her regular groceries and find this stuff which I'm really struggling with, sitting right in my face. I can avoid going into a bottle store, but I cannot avoid going into a supermarket.
And on sale as well, special. I mean, yeah, just thinking about that one too, because because with the government is the one who allowed supermarkets to sell alcohol. Would it be in the council's power to disallow that? Probably wouldn't, would it?
We're saying new ones in high deprivation areas.
Yes, I know that, but my question still stands.
Supermarkets.
We know Australia, where they just have the bottle shop right next to the supermarket.
Exactly.
Yes,
But
but
not in the
still,
sensitive
it actually
area.
addresses your point that you can walk past a bottle shop, but when you go into the supermarket, something else is in your face.
Everyone's
Anyway,
talking
you
that day.
sparked a discussion.
That's a question.
So the point that we make in our submission is that yes, it's the supermarket, but also there are some supermarkets which will do exactly as I've heard people around the table talk about, is have a bottle shop next door. And we want to cover both. We really do. We want to cover both. And I think, it's and the local alcohol policy, as I think we would understand it, it's an off license which a supermarket has to apply for just as much as Joe Blogg's bottle store has to apply for. And it's within the powers of the district, and it's an off license, just like a bottle store. So it goes through the same process. And so it's in the local alcohol policies. If you pass the right wording with the local alcohol policy, as we understand that you actually have got proposed, then that will cover that situation, the supermarket situation, and I don't think they call them Henry's anymore, but whatever they call them next door as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Awesome. Really interesting. Thank you very much for coming in. Hang on time there. Do we have any Zoomers? Who have we got? Jennifer Lamb and Andrew Galloway.
Yeah.
Welcome on behalf of Alcohol Health Watch.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Good morning. Thank you, committee councillors, for having us to speak to you. By way of introduction, I'm Andrew Galloway, the Executive Director here at Alcohol Health Watch, and I'm joined by my colleague, Policy Advisor Jennifer Lamb. Alcohol Health Watch is a national organisation providing credible, up-to-date...
Sorry, Andrew, can you just speak a little more slowly, please, because it sounds rolling. Yep.
Alcohol Health Watch is a national organisation. We provide credible, up-to-date evidence and advice regarding alcohol policy and planning matters. We coordinate networks such as the Cross-Council Local Alcohol Policy Network and other networks and projects that support the sector and communities. We want to commend Christchurch Council on undertaking the development of a local alcohol policy. We thank you for the opportunity of letting us give this submission to you today. In our written submission, we outlined the reasons why a local alcohol policy is a key measure in a package of measures and policies aimed at minimising alcohol harm to individuals, whānau and the community. Other measures include alcohol bans, the council's function as a licensing authority, and alcohol-related policies and initiatives such as the Alcohol Harm Partnership. You'll all be aware alcohol places a significant burden on the city and in fact the whole country. Nationally, alcohol harm costs an estimated $9.1 billion annually, and we know that from what evidence there is likely an underestimate of the total burden of disease. This particularly affects vulnerable groups and those at greatest risk, young people, Māori, and people in high socioeconomic deprivation areas. Alcohol is New Zealand's most harmful drug. We know that a local alcohol policy can reduce this harm by controlling the density and location of outlets and setting maximum trading hours that address accessibility, sale and consumption of alcohol. A local alcohol policy for Christchurch can and should reflect the current environment and emerging issues in the city, and the desirability of greater consistency and synergy with local alcohol policies in Canterbury and across Aotearoa, New Zealand. As determined by the Supreme Court, an LAP can and should adopt the precautionary principle to alcohol-related harm and reflect the preferences of the community. And it should align with the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act. The local alcohol policy can include the full range of policies under section 77(1) of the Act. We do note that the draft LAP solely focuses on off licences and contains no policies on non-licences, club licences or special licences, nor are there any discretionary conditions that could provide guidance to the DLC, which does in some ways make Christchurch a bit of an outlier. We're pleased to see that the draft LAP has a policy preventing the issue of new off licences in certain identified areas, or otherwise where the District Licensing Committee or the Alcohol Regulatory Licensing Authority consider that the granting of a licence may contribute further to the concentration of off-licence premises servicing high deprivation areas. We also support the sensitive sites policy that would prevent new bottle stores from locating in close proximity to primary and secondary education facilities, addiction treatment rehab centres in certain locations. However, we strongly recommend that consideration be given to expanding the range of licensed premises subject to the sensitive sites policy to include other off-licence premises such as supermarkets and grocery stores, on licences and club licences. Expanding the locations under this policy, preferably to make it citywide, and expanding the range of sensitive sites to include facilities such as early childhood centres, youth centres, places of worship, marae, council-owned or managed community facilities used by the public. Considering that over 80% of alcohol is purchased from off-licences and often very cheaply, we strongly support the proposed off-licence closing hour of 9 p.m. and we recommend a later opening hour of 9 a.m. These trading hours reflect the current trend for reduced trading hours for off-licences and other local alcohol policies around Aotearoa when we're looking at bottle stores, supermarkets and grocery stores. Further consideration could be given to including trading hours for on-licences, club licences and special licences. Setting trading hours in the local alcohol policy can address community concerns and, as the research shows, will lessen the incidence of alcohol-related harm. Those can be assaults, intentional injury, drink driving, and a huge array of other harms associated with extended trading hours. We would hope to see additional policies in the LAP, namely those that further address the location of licensed premises, such as a policy under section 77(1)(b) of the Act, that could ensure that new licensed premises are not in close proximity or clustered with other premises. It could include a one-way door restriction as provided for in section 77(1)(g) of the Act, as this policy has the potential to reduce the burden on police, ambulance and hospital services, and can have a positive benefit not only for the patrons of premises but the community generally. Discretionary conditions as provided for in section 77(1)(f), including those that address single sales, external alcohol signage, advertising, the management of premises and conditions that are aligned to CIPTED, crime prevention through environmental design principles. A condition that would prevent special licenses for events focused on children and young people under 18 years to limit their exposure to alcohol. Discretionary conditions can also address emerging issues such as buy now, pay later schemes or afterpay, as they are totally inappropriate for the purchase of alcohol, and ID checks on the purchase and delivery of alcohol. In closing, alcohol harm increases when alcohol is easily accessible, where there is a high concentration of outlets in a particular area, that is, in areas of high deprivation, where trading hours are long, where businesses are conducted in such a way that impulsive alcohol purchases are encouraged, such as buy now, pay later, online sales and rapid delivery, and where the price is affordable. We strongly support provisions in the draft LAP that address access, particularly the closing hour of 9 p.m. for off-licence premises. The policy that would prevent new off-licences from being issued in certain areas, and the sensitive sites policy. We believe there could be a more comprehensive LAP with additional standard policies as required to align with the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act 2012 and reduce the burden of alcohol harm, its costs on Christchurch. Thank you very much for listening, and we're very happy to take your questions. Kia ora.
Thank you very much. We do have one question here from Councillor Harrison Hunt.
Kia ora. It's Councillor Harrison Hunt here. I'm the youth portfolio holder for the council, and one of the things that I've noticed was you've put in here that young adults are among the heaviest drinkers. They're currently the main consumers of the buy now, pay later scheme. You've also talked about the CIPTED rules involved with allowing off licenses for conditions. Could you talk to us about the social pressures and the changing environment that young people are going through at the moment?
That's a very good and general broad question. I might not be able to answer all of it, but we're very happy to come back to you with further advice, Councillor.
What I'm trying to elaborate to is to see if there are any other conditions that will help alleviate the issue of heavy drinkers, particularly with young people between 12 and 24. I see that you've got buy now, pay later in here, which may not include us, and also the CIPTED rules, which may be a condition for the licensing committee. I'm just wondering what we could do within this local alcohol policy outside of those two things. If you go offline and maybe get back to me, it's no worries at all.
Well, I just wanted to add that if you have discretionary conditions, a lot of the local alcohol policies have addressed buy now, pay later, ID checks, using CIPTED provisions, advertising, whatever. So they put those in discretionary conditions that can guide a DLC. And what we're worried about is the combination of buy now, pay later and lack of ID checks for young people in particular.
That's really good to know. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
And we have Nikki Rogers on Zoom and Janae Calvert on behalf of Hospitality New Zealand. Fire away.
Good morning. So good morning, committee and councillors. We can't actually see if Mayor Major is here or not, but we've just pulled ourselves out of the Hospitality New Zealand conference here in Wellington. So we've had a lot of very valuable speakers speaking here, including the Minister of Justice, who was giving us a bit of insight in some alcohol reforms coming our way, which will help alleviate some of those things. So good morning. I'm Nikki Rogers, Hospitality New Zealand. I think a lot of you know me. This is Janae Calvert. Janae has 4 venues in Christchurch. She's also our Vice President of the Canterbury branch of Hospitality New Zealand, and she's also on our board. So just been elected another 2 years, so that's amazing. So we're here today representing Hospitality New Zealand and its members, the voice of over 2,500 hospitality and tourism businesses nationwide, including cafes, bars and restaurants, commercial accommodation, country hotels. And for more than 120 years, we've proudly advocated for a vibrant, responsible and sustainable sector.
I'll jump in here. So we see hospitality as more than just food and beverage. It's a vital contributor to the community life, the local economy, and Christchurch's identity. We provide diverse and safe places for social connection and entertainment. Our businesses contribute significantly as ratepayers and employers. We offer real career paths, particularly for young people entering the workforce. And we empower local entrepreneurship through small business ownership. Hospitality businesses also play a key role in the city's ongoing growth and revitalisation. We deeply value our relationship with the Christchurch City Council. Just as we work with central government to shape national policy, we look to local government to set parameters that build business confidence, attracting talent, investment and vibrancy in the region.
So today we're here to support the draft LAP as it stands. We commend the Council's approach to the draft LAP. It reflects a balanced and evidence-based understanding of the need for a safe and vibrant nighttime economy, the critical role on-licensed venues play in enhancing city life, the tools already available through the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act and the district licensing committees for addressing case-by-case licensing concerns. Hospitality New Zealand, as we said, supports the draft as proposed. We particularly appreciate the clarity around off-licence provisions, acknowledging the freeze on new licences, while still allowing renewals and new licences upon change of ownership. This provides essential certainty for existing operators and future investors.
So in conclusion, Christchurch's hospitality sector is a key partner in the city's ongoing regeneration. Getting the policy setting right through collaborative and well-informed decision-making ensures that we continue to grow responsibly, contribute to public safety, and strengthen Christchurch as a destination for residents and visitors alike. Thank you for your time today. Hospitality New Zealand remains committed to working closely with the Christchurch City Council to support thriving, safe and sustainable hospitality environment.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Yes, we do have a question from Councillor Templeton.
Kia ora koroa, thanks so much for zooming in today. I'm just wondering, you mentioned that the Minister was talking about potential alcohol law reforms, and just wondering if one of the things he mentioned, which is a concern of many, is the kind of Uber style
Yes.
off-licence stuff. Is that one that's being looked at by government?
Absolutely. Yeah, on a national basis. They realise it's a concern where people have been ordering, it gets here within 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and getting dropped at the door with no ID, stuff like that, which is absolute. We know that people are over 18 and things, on licence always have to check that. They can't serve to minors, all that kind of stuff. So yes, that is being looked at as a reform as part of the Sale and Supply of Alcohol.
That's great, thank you.
And also, as part of that, are they looking at limiting the hours that can occur?
They didn't go into those details.
They didn't go into details, but they know that they have to look at that area because it's quite a concern. The drinking at home, the fact that it's unregulated, people are having alcohol delivered to their door, no, ID checks, no welfare checks around that, but they really didn't do specifics on, what that will look like to manage that better.
So as part of Hospitality New Zealand, we've been having a lot of dialogue at that level because we feel that, this is a concern for safety and because it is unregulated.
Yes. Well, I'm sure they'll look at local government and take a steer from us at some point. I'm sure they will.
Have conversations.
Another question from Councillor Scandrett.
Councillor Tim Scandrett here. Just be interested on your thoughts with regards to the hours of off licence, whether they be supermarkets or others. 7 a.m. start versus 9 a.m. start. Your thoughts on that, please?
There was a comment yesterday by the Minister of Justice that, was it her that said that?
It might have been the police.
Might have been the police, yeah. But yeah, we had also a speaker with police, which is really interesting. It was a pretty tough call on some of the things that happen in unregulated situations, particularly down in Dunedin. But they said they're not very concerned about, the 7 to 9, not much goes on there. So they felt that that wasn't the concern, it was more the other end. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Interesting. And the other thing that has emerged from these submissions today is we're looking at a freeze on offline sales in certain areas where there's considerable harm happening. And rather than having a hard line, we're looking at of having a buffer zone outside of that of around 500 metres. What are your thoughts on that?
So you're talking about delivery of alcohol having zones?
No, off
No
license, off licenses.
Do you mean in relation to sensitive sites?
Yes. No, look, I was just reluctant to use the term low deprivation area, but that's what we're talking about.
That's a toughie,
High
isn't it?
deprivation areas.
I mean, if you look at the map, you know, there's lots of little areas, and I think you would find it hard to put a zone around that. I think, you know, and does that allow for kind of growth areas of, you know, different areas kind of coming up a wee bit more with, you know, a mix of different people moving in and changing what the zone looks like. So I think that would be a hard thing to put in place.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, no more questions. Thank you very much for giving us the time out of your conference, and I hope you enjoy the rest of it.
Lovely. Thank you so much. See ya.
Thanks. And do we have Jones? No. That brings us, oh, is Mark Duff here? No, that brings us to morning tea.
It does.
Yep. So we're a little bit ahead, which is nice, and morning tea, and then we'll be back at 12. Is there anyone else here that's due to speak?
Up at
You are? What's?
I can speak, I'm due to speak at 1:20.
Oh, sure. Are you Bruce Tulloch? Shall we wait? Let's hear you now. That'd be great.
Well, this is familiar territory to some extent, because in 2017, in July, I was here for 2 days in atrocious weather when we filled up the hearing room here, because we had a liquor application in vicinity, corner of Trafford Street and Harewood Road. I'm speaking personally here now, but I was one of the coordinators at that time, and this is just a quick cover of our experience. We were a bunch of amateurs, but people were concerned and started talking. We realised that if we didn't do something, it would come on more or less by default. We had advice from the community law and the police, both of whom were very helpful, particularly helping us focus on the parameters of the process. They both said our chances were very, very slight. Well, we had a little petition went round, and they got 1,144 signatures within a kilometre. Looks like a bad dose of the measles. We logged these off with the residents' addresses so that we had an idea that it was real. Now, that's a level of community concern that you don't very often get. People are very, very definite on this. We had, I think, what do we have? We had 86 objections. We had about 50 people at the hearings on both days. It was suggested that rather than have people speak who were within a kilometre, we restricted to within 500 metres. With the number of people speaking, that was sensible enough. So we ended up with 11 people speaking. As I say, we took 2 days on it, so it was quite good. The feeling was that there is any amount of liquor available in the community for those who need it or want it, regardless of whether you're on shift work or whatever, it's there. We are on the way out of town, and I go out and bike around the airport occasionally for exercise, and I notice a number of cans, RTD type cans and bottles there. It's not enormous, but they're there every time. No doubt they get picked up by the mowers as they go around regularly. But this was a concern as well. It's not just the drinking in the local area. It's a passing by, picking up, drinking at home, getting sozzled, preloading, going to town, going out in the countryside, driving drunk, all of those things. People are aware of the risks. I won't go on about this, we all know it. Just a few points. In our process, we were rather concerned with the report by the district licensing person, who said that our area was above average in socioeconomic status for Christchurch, generally speaking, and that there were no real problems. Well, come off it. One of our people had access to the deprivation index mesh block system. While the street I'm on, Trafford Street, is zone 1, which is top grade, on the west side, On my side of the street is zone 9. Now, I hope this gives me a reduction in my rates. On the east side of the street, we have 3 zone 8s, 1 zone 9, and 1 zone 10. So content about the general thing is grossly irresponsible, I would say, in that sort of detail. However, this strengthens the requirement for some sort of buffer zone on these things. Now, it will be difficult because we have mix and match all over the city, but the principle is fairly important. There's no point in worrying about deprived zones if you've got one on the other side of the road. The online sales delivery is another one that people are concerned about. You've had enough information, I think, on that. There's plenty of experts who can fill it out. I would, just before my time runs out, like to have a wee whack at hospitality in New Zealand. That's a cynical perversion of language, calling the industry a hospitality industry. If you or I give hospitality to people, we are not selling them an addictive drug, no social harm. They are in business for private profit at public cost. With a lot of the little liquor stores around, it's very obvious that they are hardly economic exercises. So one in our corner was a prime example. There is enormous self-exploitation or exploitation of staff. We bring people into New Zealand from migrant communities to provide us with things we need, not to sell alcohol and vapes and so forth at exploitive rates of the people consuming. We just have to bear this in mind. It's not quite part of our remit, but we have to look at the reason why people are in this business. In part, it's to make money. In parts, it's to get residents and various other reasons. I had to look at the ownership of New Zealand liquor industry. The latest figures I found were the Ministry of I&E, something or other, employment, industry and employment, I think. In 2017, 69% of the liquor manufacturers in New Zealand are foreign owned. They're not in it for our national interest. So the ethical side of this is almost indefensible when you think of what people are selling, what the consequences are. So that, I think, pretty well covers my points. We've heard the cost of alcohol from Wayne. After our, we succeeded in our application, which was very gratifying, really. And we passed on the information. I went to 3 other suburban places, Barrington, Phillipstown and Hornby, and we sort of passed on the things we learned. They all got the liquors applications turned down. One of them was appealed and turned down on appeal. So that was really gratifying. It was very obvious that unless you have a few people with the capabilities and the time to organise these things, you're left with people who are intimidated. I mean, to see the lawyers standing there with a straight face saying, oh no, they're not going to sell to the kids with penny lockers with the RTDs or to the elderly disadvantaged with cheap spirits. We're here to sell to people for fine wines and spirits. It was a farce. But these are the things that go through without challenge if you don't have people there to do it. So we need the muscle of the council behind us. Individual communities often can't cope, or as we heard, people are too busy and it's too difficult. So thank you for the opportunity. It's a great chance to actually get these things out. There are lots of people in politics and elsewhere who know the cost of everything and the value of nothing. We have to concentrate on the values to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in. Now, do we have Jones here? No, so shall we just go into morning tea?
Yeah, it was marked. It's gonna allay the panic.
Right, so we'll break and we'll come back. Should we come back 12:25? Wayne,
We might get 12:20, because if they.
It is a bit of a jumbled timetable today. I'm sorry about that, but it's just the way it all landed, and the Secretary have done their best for us and appreciate that. So we've got 2 submitters now at the moment. So we've got Mark Duff, please, come to the table. Welcome. Nice to see you, Mark.
What an exciting day for the councillors around this table. You have the opportunity to really make a change in this city and reduce alcohol harm. And it is easy as not giving 2 ticks that you normally give, but by giving 3 ticks. Bring back the closing time on liquor stores to 9 PM, and that includes supermarkets. Don't give one area an unfair advantage over another. Freeze on the issue of new off licenses in high deprivation areas, such as the area that I live in. And restriction on the location of new bottle stores around sensitive sites. And I'd really welcome that measurement be taken around the perimeter of, say, the school. Because I know through Plan Change 14, one of the biggest arguments we had was how does that measurement actually taken? And I think an easy solution would be to take it around the whole perimeter. I want to commend the Mayor and those councillors who have pushed the LAP through so it has done this term. In years to come, will actually be your legacy for this term. The changes are actually quite minimal, but they will have a lot of impact. And I want to say well done to the staff as well, because I know you've put a huge amount of work in, so thank you very much. And it's been interesting listening to your briefings. I'll talk about my ward councillor, Councillor Mark Peters. I fought beside him to reduce alcohol harm in our area through the current liquor licence set up. And to be honest, it's bloody hard. It's not easy going to those hearings, and it's scary to residents to give it a go. But you have to make a change. I'm glad you have concentrated on off licences, as I believe that is where our real issues are. Getting involved in community organisations, I'm sorry to get a bit emotional, but when you get in those community organisations and hear from your Salvation Armies and your other community groups, it's bloody frightening what's going on in your own backyard and you're not aware of it. I was lucky to be brought up behind a white picket fence in a family, but we drank alcohol in a conservative way around the table and used it when talking about things at night. I went through a high school where I saw the harms of alcohol in the families. I saw one who was my head boy at the time, who had 2 alcoholic parents, but was good enough to say to himself that I'm going to get above it and go to university. As I say, I've seen and heard firsthand that liquor is doing in our area. And the major change you can make is bringing the closing time back to 9 PM. As there's not a lot of good goes on with liquor after 9 PM. Sorry, I feel like I'm doing a title at the moment. It's quite emotional when you do hear what's going on in our community. Liquor stores have no obligation, and that's what I found during the hearings. When people go in and buy the liquor, they take it home. There's no consequence to that liquor store. We sat through a community application not so long ago where someone said they were right behind the community. Yet when we questioned them and their application was a person from Bluff, they had no idea what our community groups were or what positive change they could make by supporting our community. Yet they got their liquor licence. The most ridiculous argument I've heard on the LAP was that you will be able to go into the Waimak or Selwyn area and purchase liquor. That is no excuse to not take action in your own backyard and do what is right. If this is seriously an argument not to go ahead with the LAP and that people will travel to other districts to purchase alcohol after 9 PM, it just highlights more what a major issue we do actually have. We have at our community with alcohol and safe harm. I want to bring up an example with my dad, who waited for over an hour for an ambulance one night, who'd had a fall, and we did not know whether it was going to be his last night. When the ambulance drivers arrived, they apologised. And they said, and when I questioned them further, they said, look, we've had so many alcohol-related harm incidents tonight, that's why we're running late. And they take priority because lives were at harm. Imagine if we could take 5% off that and take that pressure off our emergency services. Our emergency services deserve a break, and I think bringing the closing time back to 9 PM will help that. So be brave, be courageous, and be the council that leaves this positive legacy around liquor licensing going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. We have one question from Councillor Scandrett. We've just got time for one.
Thanks, Mark. Hey, 2 quick ones. The feedback with regards to supermarkets, etc., and the cause of harm. So they say there's no issue with cause of harm between 7 AM and 9 AM. So if there's not much sold and obviously off licence outside of supermarkets, seldom open before 9. What are your thoughts on just saying 9 till 9 rather than 7 AM to 9 PM?
If there's not a lot of action going on between 7 and 9, then why not just change the time?
Exactly.
It just makes common sense.
Thank you.
And I think you've got to remember, you've got high school students going in. much as they shouldn't be, but going into supermarkets before 9 PM on the way to school to buy lunches, buy a drink. We really want to see them seeing adults buying alcohol as well. One way that we could actually reduce what's normal in our community.
Also, the holding of a liquor license or the application, do you think it should be in the city or the town or wherever the jurisdiction? So for instance, for those you phone up and get alcohol delivered, the license could be held anywhere. Do you think that the license should be held within that jurisdiction?
I think you know my answer. It makes common sense.
Yeah, no, it's just that we're on
To be held
TV.
within that area.
Thank you.
All right, hey, thank you very much, Mark. Lovely to see you. Now I'd like to welcome Kent Mann and Summer Pringle on behalf of Foodstuffs South Island. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for waiting.
Pleasure. Thank you. Thank you for your time and the amount of effort that's gone into this. So just wanted to take the opportunity to speak today. My name's Kent Mann. I'm the head of retail for Foodstuffs South Island, and I represent the following brands: New World, Pack and Save, Foursquare, in the South Island, across the South Island stores. As background, our stores, we have 18 stores in the Christchurch district, 18 trading stores, of which 9 would be impacted if there was a change to a reduction of trading hours to 9 PM. Our supermarkets are owned and operated by passionate people. They run their business, they operate their business within the guidelines. Each of these owners and their staff are well versed in the governance of the sale of alcohol, and staff are supported with training. There's IT interventions to restrict purchasing, and there's interventions from senior staff at store, and it all bubbles up to make sure our stores are compliant with each of their host responsibility policies, which is set and along with the alcohol licensing authorities. We take the responsibility of selling alcohol we do take it very seriously. Our owners take it seriously because the consequences are huge, and we all want to minimise harm in our communities. I'll speak on behalf of my owners. I know how passionate they are about that as well. If there was a 9 PM hold on alcohol sales, and as I said, 9 of our 18 stores in Christchurch would be impacted. And I'll go through a bit more detail there. So we acknowledge all the range of views that have been expressed across throughout all these submissions: community boards, subject groups, police, business owners and stakeholders. But I want to bring your attention to some of the early insights and analysis that was completed in March 25, where 2,500 respondents submitted, of which 65% said they wanted to keep trading hours in supermarkets to at least 10 or 11 o'clock. That's pretty powerful information where respondents are saying their preferences, the large preference was towards 10 or 11 o'clock. Now, we understand that customer sentiment is one part of the puzzle. There's lots of other moving parts as well, but I think that is a pretty telling piece of insight from a survey completed. I want to talk about if 9 o'clock was adopted by the council, we would need Foodstuffs South Island stores, the stores impacted would need to introduce operational changes to how they operate. Now, play that out, that could be roping the area off for customers so they can't purchase. So that's quite a significant impact for stores operationally. Or they may have to adjust their trading hours. So I can't stress this enough. If you've got 9 stores and the current opening hours are 10 o'clock, to reduce to 9, one of the considerations could be a reduction in trading hours because it makes sense. So that's one of the, it could be a consequence. The other one I stress is the unintended consequence or confusion for customers, which is all of us in this room. Whereas, a prime example would be a customer loads up their shopping, full basket shop, there's a bottle of wine in there at 9:58 or 8:58 PM, and then they can't process that whole transaction through because there's a bottle of wine. So there's confusion for customers. Equally, there's potential conflict for our staff, frontline staff, of which there's harm, and we all read the media, there's harm and verbal abuse towards stores. Those staff would need to manage that inconsistent messaging at stores to say you can't purchase. So we're very concerned about staff, customer health, well-being here as well. And there is operational impacts. We've got checks and balances, IT checks and balances in place to make sure staff are top priority, to make sure our customers are top priority. But there is still be conflict in store. There also would be the unintended consequence of what we've just talked about previously, the previous submitter, about different councils having different trading hours. So Waimakariri, potentially Selwyn, if they consider it, how that would play out where you cross a boundary, a border, a road, and you're in a different district, and there could be different trading hours or ability to trade differently. So we do not support the reduction in trading hours to 9 p.m. As I did.
Great, thank you. We do have a few. So we've got Councillor Fields on Zoom.
Thank you. Thanks, Kent, for your submission. Just regarding the piece of analysis that you referred to, can you just let us know a little bit more about who commissioned that, how it was commissioned, and who the respondents were, as much detail as you can?
That was ours.
Sure, it was.
It was our early engagement.
It was ours? Right. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Templeton?
Thank you so much. I'm really interested in the impact of those potential operation changes for 9 supermarkets. So I know that when I go to the supermarket, if I'm buying a bottle of wine or some beers, every time, even though I'm clearly over 25, it still needs an operator when you're buying alcohol. And so it would seem to me, apart from the potential for conflict, that there wouldn't be too much additional effort, if you like, when it comes to that. So not additional resourcing or cost. So yeah.
So could you do it at the checkout?
I mean, the checkout's the backup. So you rope off at 9 o'clock. But anyone who comes to the checkout after 9, it wouldn't be a whole trolley business because they still have to get any bottle checked anyway.
So our experience, because there is limited times through, if we took Easter, for example, we can't sell alcohol on certain days. So we would need to rope off. I think how we would approach it, we would rope off the area to stop the conflicts, potential confusion, conflict at the checkouts. So there is operational complexity there in terms of roping it off. There is challenges there.
Yeah.
And then you still have confusion at the checkout. Now, over time, that may reduce, but stores open till 10 o'clock, yet I can't make all the purchases I would like to as a customer throughout the whole trading period.
Yeah.
That causes some confusion and conflict.
And the other one that's been raised by a few people is the thing in the submission that said that supermarkets might find themselves not viable for that last hour and they might change their trading hours. So the concern there is that then that's indicating to us that the biggest proportion of your sales or income during that time, or enough, would be from alcohol.
No, yeah, the comment there is around that people will alter their shopping behaviour. They will come earlier so that they can complete their full shop. So it's nothing to do with the alcohol sales between 9 to 10 p.m.
Okay.
It's just that we believe our customer behaviour would shift forward and come forward, and you just wouldn't be getting the normal amount of customers through.
The people who wanted to buy alcohol would come earlier, so fewer people.
Well, just customers that want to do their full shop, so that want the option open to them, would potentially come earlier.
And that is one of the unintended consequences of the Auckland change.
Yeah.
Where some stores have reviewed their trading hours.
Yeah. So, but you would still, but if people are still doing their shop there, you're still getting the same amount of it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, actually just answer my question. My question was going to be Auckland changed to 9 o'clock. So you're saying, so as a result, some supermarkets are now closing earlier. So while you can cater for a closed off section, but the reality is that some stores here may choose to do the same, close at 9 early.
So my question is, why do some stores have 9 p.m. closing and others 10? Consistency, really.
Yeah, the strength of our brands is owner-operator model. So the ability for an owner-operator to make a decision for their community, for their staff, for their business as to what suits their community best. Now, you play that out summer versus winter. There is some changes across supermarkets for summer and winter hours as well because of how customers shop. So taking that flexibility away is challenging in terms of trying to run a supermarket and business.
Thank you. Councillor Coker?
What time do your supermarkets open?
7 o'clock majority.
Any questions? Hey, that's really helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, taken from the floor. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate your time. Okay, so now we will break for lunch, and I'll be ringing the bell again at 12:20. Have we got people on Zoom? You know,
It's not here, but the person after.
this is Lisa, right? Liz hasn't arrived yet. We are, that's right. So, okay, Lisa. Welcome. Would you like to come to the table now? We're running a wee bit early. Are you ready?
So nerdy.
So just here we, yep.
I think you should. I want to be on.
Sam.
Got 2 seats.
Sorry.
Where's your girl? Two situations.
So Lisa, thank you very much for coming in to talk to us. You have 5 minutes, and that includes any time that you want to have open for questions.
Okay.
So far away.
Okay. Thank you for letting me speak today. I'll just give a brief overview. So first of all, submission for support for earlier closing times. Yes, I support that generally, and support on freezes on granting of new licences, and restricting the proximity to treatment centres and schools, I say should be considered in terms of kilometres, not metres. The need for broader consideration of harm factors. The LAP currently is drafted, it omits several key factors that contribute to harm. The silent practices and quantities, basically there's no limit on how much alcohol can be purchased by individuals or households, which contributes to excessive consumption in private settings, which is a known source of harm. And the business operations and financial responsibility. Some alcohol retailers continue trading despite insolvency or substantial unpaid tax obligations. Publicly available High Court liquidation notices and documents confirm this, yet there are no reporting requirements or mechanisms to assess whether a licence is operating in a financially responsible or ethical business. And because public money is used by the Inland Revenue to bring liquidation claims to the High Court. Oversight and accountability. Licensing inspectors and district licensing committees are not required to examine the broader conduct of licence holders, including financial or employment practices that may affect community wellbeing, because they will have an impact on our community engagement and intimidation concerns. Now, the clause 7.4 of the LAP allows for applicants to seek exemptions from local restrictions if they can show they've engaged with the affected community, but there was not any clarity in the LAP as regards to what constitutes meaningful engagement. So basically, is like a positive Google review considered a form of community engagement? And negative reviews online, for example, complaints of poor service or unsafe environments, are they also considered in terms of community engagement? And my own experience with illustrates that community members who raise legitimate concerns can be regarding alcohol licence outlets, can be faced with legal threats from applicant lawyers, including accusations of harassment. In my case, my submission to oppose a licence renewal, which was initially based on the public gazette notice, was struck out by the District Licensing Committee without adequate explanation. And I also received an email from an applicant lawyer threatening civil action because of the submission that I made. That kind of really puts people off, making submissions and bringing their concerns to the council when they can have threats made against them like that. It's horrible. It's horrible. The barriers to public participation, and the current licensing framework is overly legalistic, time restrictive, and difficult to navigate for the average resident.
because the hearings are held during business hours. And submissions are discounted if the submitter does not appear in person or deemed to have lived too far away. Objectives without any official title or organisation backing are often dismissed, regardless of their relevance or their concerns. And such barriers disproportionately affect low-income and marginalised communities. So these things here have been my experience from attending hearings, some of the issues there that come out of those. Now, the transparency and reporting gaps. Basically, there's no requirements to report on quantities sold, and remote sales, that needs a lot of consideration. The Salvation Army, I noticed in theirs, mentioned that 20% of all off licences are done by remote sales. And that needs to be, should have been in the lap there somewhere. And financial performance and legal compliance of licence holders are not considered in the licence renewal process. So we should be allowed to understand how an outlet is operating. And the recommendations I made were to expand the scope of the LAC to include oversight of financial practices of licence holders, transparent data collection on sales volumes and consumption, regulation of online and remote sales, and strengthening the community protections by clarifying community engagement and implementing formal protections against legal intimidation of.
Let's just say your 5 minutes is up if you want to wrap up.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty much it all. And just asking to maybe you people would advocate for a review of the actual sale and supply of Alcohol Act. That to include everything that covers.
Okay, that's a good request. Thank you. There's time for just one quick question from Tyler.
Sarah, if you wanted the answer for me is in the submission. If Sarah wanted to take
okay.
Oh no, I was just going to point out that we'd heard earlier in the day there is a review going on. I was talking to a conference this morning, and there is a review.
Who could I speak to about that?
You're a local MP.
Local MP.
Who, sorry?
Local MP.
Thank you. That's great. Well, that was timely, wasn't it, that we had a submission from you today?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Liz, Gordon, please. Are you ready?
That's the review of the sale and supply of Alcohol Act later this year.
Yeah.
Hi. Kia ora. Thanks for coming in. I'm sorry. I apologise for being late. No, don't. You're being on time. It's perfect. Sick. Oh, I lost my handout to you on the way over here because I went to Papua Nui and then had to fly all the way back here. So it's been a comedy of errors. So thank you to the committee. I'd like to say that in general, I like the LAP and I think it'll go a long way. What I'm concerned at, my main concern is the overlay. And what I know about how people select going into trying to start new liquor stores, they look at maps and they'll take this in, that you can't have a liquor store there now, but you can have one there. And there's the potential for a huge skewing of liquor stores into the so-called white areas, the areas without an overlay. And I actually wasn't able to get close enough into the map to see, but tomorrow we've got a huge case that revolves around the Christchurch bus exchange, which you people gave $750,000 to last year to provide a safe place for youth. And right opposite it, there's going to be a new liquor store if the objectors don't stop it. And I don't think that is a sensitive site on the overlay. I don't know because I can't see close enough. And so that's a really good example of why it's difficult. I believe, and I've got it all written down, and I will send it to you, hopefully we can circulate it, that you need to move to a more flexible system that allows more in-depth look at what a sensitive site is, more in-depth look of what deprivation is. And there is an approach which is being used partly by the Auckland Council, which is the concept of a rebuttable presumption. I don't know even if you've looked at this. What a rebuttable presumption, I can't even say it when I'm healthy, let alone when I'm half dying. What a rebuttable presumption says is that that the committee will start from the position that there'll be no more liquor stores in Christchurch City for 3 years, which is the period of the NAP. So that would be the starting position, but that an applicant may rebut that by giving certain evidence. And I think that you can put in place there, and I've got it all written down for you, that will involve looking at the deprivation levels, it will involve looking at the sensitive sites, not just schools and churches, but all the sensitive sites. A sensitive site is a sensitive site because there's alcohol harm there, so all places of alcohol harm. Perhaps a bit of proliferation. On my one pager for you, I've put my famous John Minto map that shows that John lives within less than a 10-minute drive of 15 liquor stores. If these two new Christchurch Central ones get things, there'll be 17 liquor stores. How many liquor stores do you need in the city? There are 65 liquor stores, 20 plus grocery stores and supermarkets. You know, how many more do you need? I think it's time to call a halt, and the rebuttable, the blah, 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 blah presumption approach provides a flexible way that intelligent people can work through what there should be in the city. I don't know, has anyone else come up with this? I don't know if this is my thoughts after my submission, when I was thinking what could be done. And I look carefully at the rebuttable presumption, and that is an approach that you can take that offers you flexibility and doesn't confine you to a map which is going to see 75 liquor stores in Bishopsdale. Interesting. Thank you so much. That's okay. So
So
we've got a minute or so for any questions that there may be.
rebuttable presumption, surely a lawyer came up with that.
Doesn't like a
Kia ora, Dr. Liz, how are you?
Kia ora.
Thanks for coming in. I've just got a question around discretionary conditions, things that can help bolster the DLC's decision making. Is there anything outside of the submission, which is really good, by the way, that you'd like to see help the community with pushing back on some liquor stores that may be detrimental to social wellbeing?
Well, I think the problem we've got, thank you for asking, it's a good question. I think the problem we've got is a presumption that everything's okay. And last time I visited the council, I gave you all a one-pager on all the alcohol harms in Aotearoa, and there's lots of them, and they're at every level and in every community. And I think when you get into a hearing, the difficulty is that there's this assumption that harm's just in that little corner over there, or just in that little corner over there. And so there's a presumption that there's no harm, therefore there's a presumption that there's no need for conditions and this and that, and it's all the way down the track. And we're in the work that I do with communities around Christchurch and around Aotearoa, it's about actually providing communities a voice to try and articulate that. What this would do was add some extra weight for the committee, who would start from the position, the rebuttable presumption that there's already enough liquor stores in Christchurch. And then if there's a new subdivision over there and someone says, there's a new subdivision, absolutely new, it's in a wealthy area, there's no sensitive sites, then they can then they can rebut the presumption. Yep, fine. I've got a couple of other questions. So Mark and then Councillor Barber.
Thank you for coming, Liz.
That's a pleasure.
We had it put to us this morning, the idea of perhaps putting in some buffer zone around.
Sorry, Mark, say it loudly.
We were put to us this morning by Paul.
Yes.
The idea of having some buffer zones around
Yes.
in private areas. What's your thoughts on that?
I'm perfectly in favour of buffer zones, but there's still that issue of the inflexibility. It's not going to help you in Christchurch Central bottle.
She prefers the rebuttal assumption.
Yeah.
Thank you. Rebuttable. Councillor Barber.
Thanks, Liz. Really interesting your point about removing all alcohol advertising from outlets and things. How do you see that working?
Say it again, please, Mr. Barber.
Removing alcohol advertising from outlets, etc. How would you see that working?
Well, I think that it's time that also for the next NAP round, although not this one, I think, because I think we just got to get something through that you looks at alcohol advertising. What I can tell you is we've been massively shrinking three things: advertising a product, advertising a price, and also
advertising of franchise, and so you'll see, I just went past this vicar in Papanui where I wasn't, Papanui where I wasn't supposed to be, and they've now got their back wall painted black, and instead of being Thirsty Liquor orange, and so we're doing this all over the country, all over, and particularly all over Christchurch. We've already seen a shrinkage in the profile of alcohol, and my intention is that needs to continue. Maybe it needs to be in the LAP when it's revised next time, but we might have solved it by then.
And I just wonder whether you would have any context for alcohol advertising on television. Do you know whether it's banned in some countries or not?
So it's banned here until 8:30 at night.
Right.
But you're right, if you can Google at 9 o'clock in the morning. If you Google a stuff story, you're just as likely to get a super liquor advert. Online is a huge issue. I don't know how to stop online. I'm certainly not an expert in that, but within the town, and also, telly and radio, not till 8:30 at night. It's been reduced a lot.
What about other countries? Do you know of any countries that ban it at all?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Hey, thank you, Liz. Thank you very much for coming in, even though you're crook, you've made a big effort, and that shows how passionate you are about this.
Thank you again.
Get well soon.
For all your work on this.
Okay. Joe Bader? Are you there? Welcome.
Welcome.
On behalf of Aviva, so you have 5 minutes to talk to us today.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ngā mihi mai aha kia koutou rā rangatira mā. Kanui te mihi ki te mana whenua o ngā tāhu whānui. Ko Joe Bader tōku unga. He kāra, he hau no Aviva, he mahi tiki nā. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Hello. So my name is Joe and I'm here on behalf of Aviva. So Aviva is a family violence and sexual violence support, education and prevention agency which has been operating in Christchurch for 52 years. We support people who have experienced violence and those who have used violence or are at risk of using violence. I manage our sexual violence service specifically. Our sexual violence service receives referrals daily, often multiple referrals, particularly after a weekend, a public holiday, or an event such as Electric Avenue. Canterbury has the highest reported rate of sexual violence of all policing districts. Just let that sink in for a minute. Whilst we must be careful not to suggest that alcohol is causative of violence, as violence is always a choice, it is a strong contributing and exacerbating factor. Lockdown demonstrated this in the form of a reduction of acute assaults that were referred to agencies, in part because of a lack of access to premises that sold alcohol. Alcohol is a known disinhibitor and it contributes to vulnerability when misused. The most common substance by a country mile used in what is known as drug-assisted sexual assaults is alcohol. We have a team at work known as Reach Out who work with users of violence. Their clients report, well, between 80 and 90% of the clients that they work with have stated that alcohol is a significant contributing factor to their use of violence. This includes alcohol available in sports clubs. We're currently part of a collaboration seeking to undertake an anonymous survey of young people and young adults to get an understanding of their experiences of drinking in town and how safe or not they have felt. When I look at the City Council website, I see nothing about safety in this regard. It's not available under drop-down menus for services, environment, culture, or community. I believe John Slaughter is your safety officer of the council, and I think the only one in the second most populous city in New Zealand. Imagine if the city led the way in New Zealand in reducing alcohol-related family violence and sexual violence. It's entirely possible if you have the will, the fortitude, the moral fibre, and the ability to be honest about the harm alcohol misuse is causing daily in this city. As a side note, Aviva recently had a month-long sexual violence prevention campaign, which we're unfunded for, incidentally, around being a responsible upstander and responding to things that you might see or hear. We attempted to have our prevention campaign material in a number of venues, which we were successful in doing, including hospitality venues, many of whom were desperate to have this material available to them. We would have liked for it to have been available in libraries, for instance, but were declined as, and I quote, the council doesn't get involved in political issues. To be clear, sexual violence is not a political issue. In fact, it's ruthlessly democratic, and we see clients from right here in Fendleton through to Aranui and everywhere in between. It has been disappointing to see potential measures to improve safety and alcohol-related misuse behaviours in unlicensed premises that they have been abandoned in this draft. The council has missed an opportunity to be bold. Some of the reforms and restrictions might fall outside of the remit or reach of the LAP, but I urge you to see this as a starting point to consider more broadly what safety looks like and feels like. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Any questions? Celeste.
Thank you for your submission, and I take your point around the city safety team. I know that John's tasked with quite a lot of things outside of the scope of what he can do. So this is really just a question for sort of outside of the scope of this, but it would be good to get some additional feedback on some of the things that we can do outside of the LAP as well as within it, because I think that the more things that we can do, the better in that space. And this is a starting point, but obviously I'd like to see us go much further.
Engaging with the very powerful alcohol lobby in the form of the hospitality industry, Hospitality NZ, who in the wake of the Jazz Brothers offending, reached out to a number of organisations to try and mobilise and get something happening a bit more cohesively in the hospitality industry here in Christchurch, in the prevention space, and with limited success in that regard. But engaging with the hospitality industry, doing more on unlicensed premises is a good starting point. Having more John Slaughters in the second most populous city is vital. You know, to be frank, as I've said, we receive referrals, multiple referrals to our sexual violence service every day. And on a Monday, we might get 8, 10, 15 referrals. And many of those are incidents that have happened in town, and many of them have involved alcohol. We're careful not to delineate between or make assumptions about alcohol in a way that may deem to be victim blaming, because we tend to disestablish some of those rape culture myths around alcohol use. And I know for the police, they have, when they record these incidents, they are able to record when it's been a drug-assisted sexual assault. They can't select on that drop-down menu more than one thing, so it has to be either alcohol or a particular drug. And they don't have a delineation between whether alcohol was a factor for the user of violence or those experiencing violence. And for the user of violence, that may be their own level of intoxication, or it may be their use of alcohol in order to subdue the victim. So there's not enough statistical data out there that gives a clear picture. We can go on anecdotal evidence, and hopefully with this anonymous survey, we will gather some specific evidence related to inner city premises. But anecdotally, it's a problem.
Yes,
and we have to have a stronger appetite to do more about it, because in this city, the rates would shock you.
Councillor Moore?
Yeah, are we able to ensure that Aviva's information is available in libraries?
So can we follow that up?
Immediately?
We can report a third question and come back to you.
Yep.
What is the policy?
Yeah.
Can we also just report back on the question around the city safety team, the fact that it's one person? I know in other councils, they have a whole team and it works across council, whereas we have literally one person doing everything. So it's a big job.
It's appalling, actually.
Thank you, Joe. And you did mention that Christchurch Aotearoa is the second most popular city in New Zealand. Well, actually, I think it's the most popular. It's the second largest.
Second largest, well, yeah. So then
Just a little detail.
So one,
Being a bit
doesn't really
cheeky.
cut the mustard, does it, when we're thinking about what safety looks like?
Thank you very much. We do have one more minute, Yanni.
Hey, cool. Thank you for your submission. Just interested, you mentioned events. So I just wanted, is there anything else you think we should be looking at in terms of events to reduce harm that happens at events?
Yeah, absolutely. There's an organisation called Soundcheck Aotearoa. They have been doing a lot of work with venues and with, I mean, they're predominantly around sort of music venues and that sort of thing. So we have had some relationship with them around what can be done. It's a woefully under-regulated, I don't know, I call it industry or sector, I guess. But certainly we can be looking at measures to increase safety at those events and increase messaging around safety at those events, having a presence on the ground more fulsomely than what is usually offered is really important. But engaging with those event holders to get a clear understanding of what their policies are, what their procedures are, because that is an area of lack. Yeah.
Some more.
No, that's good. But are we able to reach out to someone like Soundcheck to find out what we can be doing to support an organisation like that, whether it's an information session, workshop, or something of the kind? That's a question. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Very good submission. Now, do we have Anna Ika on Zoom? From the Salvation Army, Anna. Hello.
Kia ora, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Fire away, thank you.
Cool. Tēnā koutou, everyone. My name is Anna Ika. I'm a social policy analyst for the Salvation Army Social Policy and Parliamentary Unit. Just a preface, I'm not from Christchurch. I'm based up in here in Auckland, but our unit sort of looks after the whole country in regards to our advocacy work. But we work alongside our frontline staff. So just want to thank the committee for the opportunity to come and speak to you about our submission today. Also just want to acknowledge Claire and Amy and the rest of their team for the engagement with the community and the research work that they've put together to help get this LAP across the line, hopefully. Our submission, overall, the Salvation Army support the LAP. I think I'm just going to touch on a few areas that we support. We support the trading hours from 9 p.m. to end at 9 p.m. I think the evidence is pretty clear from ED data, also from police numbers. We also see it in our frontline services in regards to property damage and family violence coming through our front lines in regards to those after hours, early hours of the morning, particularly in the weekend. And so we believe if we restrict alcohol sales from off licenses during those hours, that will make a huge impact in regards to the harm that we're seeing. I just want to also note that the Salvation Army, we've been in the alcohol harm space for a really long time. And we see sort of alcohol harm from a wide spectrum. So we see it in our food banks, in our financial mentoring, all across to the acute end with our addiction services, which is our bridge, which is located in Addington. We also see it in our housing services as well. And so the sort of the spectrum that we're seeing alcohol harm is quite vast in our experience. So we're really glad to see the freeze on the new off licenses. We did propose that that freeze not apply to other businesses that their primary purpose is not to sell alcohol. We also don't think that that freeze is excluded for those who the ownership changes. Like Liz, who mentioned before, we think a rebuttable presumption should be applied, purely because in sort of vulnerable communities, also high deprivation communities, there's an extended suitability of the applicant. And so if a new owner comes in, they need to be able to meet the extended suitability of the applicant to be able to have an off license in a high deprivation community. We also did recommend applying a sinking lid policy for off licenses in high deprivation communities. In other councils where that has been proposed, it's gone down from a sinking lid policy to having a rebuttable presumption. Like, so Liz already explained how that kind of works. We know that it works in regards to gambling, and so we're just trying to see if it can if it's possible, if it can work in regards to reducing alcohol harm in some of our most highly deprived communities. Our focus primarily when we are engaging in this process is around off licenses and off licenses in high deprivation communities, because that's primarily where we're working. Probably a couple of things that we wanted to add as well in our submission is that there are a lack of provisions in regards to remote licenses. If you look at the DRC reports to ALA for the past few years since COVID, a huge red flag that's always been raised is in regards to remote licenses. It's a bit of a wild west out there with remote licenses, just because they fall in sort of a grey area of the law. Hopefully whatever the government bill they're releasing today will address that, but we did highlight that in our submission in regards to remote licenses, purely because there's they're not doing ID checks. There's just a lot of we're not quite sure what's happening in that space, because the law doesn't necessarily catch it. In our view, the law is always playing catch up. And so unfortunately, because they're playing catch up, a lot of the harm has already been created in the communities that we're supporting. We also did in our submission recommend that there are a list of discretionary conditions. And again, that's just to be able to help the DRC, because area that is not highly deprived won't need certain conditions that an area of high deprivation would need those conditions. And so we recommended having discretionary conditions. Probably the last point that I want to speak to, and the Salvation Army has probably the largest financial mentoring services across the country. And we've got financial mentoring services in Christchurch, is the use of buy now, pay later. We recommend that the buy now, pay later payment option is to be made not available at off licenses, because in our view, those who primarily use buy now, pay later, according to the data and statistics, are primarily women, primarily young people, primarily those who don't have the means to access. And the challenge is that buy now, pay later is particularly harmful when it's used for fast moving goods or things like food or drinks. And so that our recommendation is to be able to restrict the use of buy now, pay later in off license stores. And I think that's everything that we've sort of covered, the areas that we've supported, but also the areas that we think the LAP could be extended. But overall, we support the LAP, and we think it'll make a huge difference. Again, the Salvation Army is the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, and we've been so for about 140 years across the country. But we believe that LAP and is the barrier at the top of the cliff that can prevent a lot of the harm that comes through our front door. So yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to our submission.
Thank you very much, Anna. We do have a question from Councillor Harrison Hunt.
Kia ora, Anna. You probably might be able to see me or not, but I just wanted to ask you, it's nice to have an Aucklander actually come and give a submission, because I'd love to see the Auckland perspective with how they're going. And if there is anything within the Auckland LAP that's great, and what are the parts that are not so great within the Auckland LAP? If you know.
I think it's still pretty early days. I think that the trading hours has made a huge difference. And I heard our food staff come on before and talked about, the challenges for their staff, but Auckland's been able to make it happen. I mean, I think the rest of the country should be able to follow suit in regards to restricting this. I think the trading hours has made a huge difference in regards to people not being able to access alcohol after hours. I think it's going to take a bit of time to be able to see that impact in regards to the data, but we know that it sort of makes a difference in some of our whānau not being able to access alcohol at certain times. And so that's been really helpful. I think to the other areas, there have been sort of grey areas in regards to, because the geographic maps when the LAP was developed is sort of out of date. And so when you're looking at things like the freeze and the rebuttable presumption and these areas that the Auckland LAP had chosen, I think it was really important that it needed to keep up to date with, I guess, the development in the area. Like, for example, they gave an off license to a community in Papakura because Papakura is a high deprivation area, and we had I think over 100 clients that lived in close proximity to the store, but purely because the maps were outdated that the DRC had to use to be able to provide this. So I think that's sort of one of the grey areas that we've highlighted in the Auckland LAP, but the trading hours definitely have made a difference.
So you're saying it needs to be agile in terms of the mapping that we're doing?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
So it has to be updated all the time.
Yeah, because I am hearing that South Auckland, West Auckland are quite significantly changing based on the first home buyers, median incomes, things like that are changing, but the same whānau is still there. There are just...
Yeah, it's just to take into account, I guess, the huge developments that are happening, particularly in areas of South Auckland. West Auckland, they're a bit different because they have a trust model, and so they don't have alcohol in their supermarkets. They just have the bottle stores that are run by their trust, and so it's a sort of different dynamics out in West Auckland. But for South Auckland, there's a lot of development and a lot of changes that are happening that aren't necessarily captured in the maps that were used to develop Auckland LAP, if that makes sense.
Yep, thank you. Kia ora.
Councillor Coker.
Hi Anna, do you have any comments on the different distances around sensitive sites in the central city and elsewhere in the city?
Yeah, I think we supported the what the LAP had proposed. I think in our view, because so our bridge, which is our addiction service, we primarily don't want any off licenses close to any of our services or any of our but the other thing on the other end is we work on a community reinforcement model. Because the reality is a lot of our tangata whaiora will have to go back out into the community. And so our job is to try and help them build internal resilience and how to deal with the availability of alcohol in their communities. And so we supported what the LAP said. I think in our view, the greater distance from sensitive sites, the better.
Great, thank you.
That was great.
Perfect timing. Thank you very much, Anna.
Thank you.
We have Medic. You've had Bruce. Yeah, thank you.
No rules?
Marilyn Joel.
Ask about the holes.
Frank Davidson. Hey.
Actually, Frank Pike. Yeah, Davidson's my middle name.
Right.
But you can call me whatever you like.
Don't say that. I'll just call you Frank.
Yeah, Frank. Yeah, I'm Frank from Frank's, just down the road. So,
yes, you are.
The liquor store I have. I also have a cab called Mr. So some of you will know me. I've been in the trade since 1981. Count for liquor land and regional sales managers and all sorts of things, running quills and wholesale stores, and involved with the Magnum Briley's group for a while. And so I've seen lots of changes in the industry. I won't go through any more. You know what my thoughts are. You would have read it, obviously. So we'll start with questions because we've only got 4 minutes.
Righty ho.
Questions?
Righty ho. Are there any questions for Frank? Your local.
If not, shall I give you some starting points?
Well, actually, it might be a better idea if you do that. Just to
okay. Well, these are some things I think. I think that the reduction of off-license trading. Sorry, I should have turned that off. Reduction of the online trading is long overdue. The licensing, both nationally and locally, have let the community down. Right, and this is from somebody in the trade who's been in the trade for 40 odd years. Everyone knows there's only trouble. All the trouble is that the violence lady was saying happens. She didn't mention the time frame of those things. It always happens at night. Nothing good happens after 9 o'clock. Everybody's got a belly full of booze, and why do they need more? Right? Confused about why it's always pushed at the off-licence people, because the biggest problem in liquor has happened when alcohol went into supermarkets, right? Supermarkets, and I've read their submissions, and they're full of it, right? Because what they're saying is they look after the community. It's only a small part of their business. From the time supermarkets got liquor, they started discounting against everybody else. Their philosophy, and I know this because when I was with Magnum, we owned the Countdown Group and the Quills Group. So if ever we put a liquor store into an area, we'd put them in, we'd watch the marketing that was done by the people in that area. We know what the locals drink. We would target those products. The pie is only that big. We're not drinking more. In fact, as a community, we're drinking less, right? But those that have an addiction to it are drinking more. So when you're going into it, you put another store in the area. You target your opposition. You know, how you're going to get a share of their pie. You're going to target their products. You're going to undercut them. Supermarkets went straight away. The first thing they did is they were selling casks for $11.99 and $10.99 for 3 litre casks. Why did they do that? Not to look after customers, not to get people through their door initially in that stage, but to put the wine shops out of business. They did that in about 2 years. All the wine shops went bust. Then, if you look at them now, they changed their philosophy from saying it was discounting. It's not discounting. It's loss leader. We're using it as a loss leader. So they then, as you would have heard, they get about $5 billion in subsidies on the food chain, but included in their products, because to them, alcohol is just another product. It's another commodity, right? It's got nothing to do with, we love our wines. I mean, if you come to my store, I'll walk you around the wines. I'll tell you what they taste like. You know, there's a real passion. You've got people like Vino, Fino, Decant that do the same sort of thing. There are only 4 independents left, 5 left in the South Island. Everybody else is owned by the big boys. The whole Liquorland chain is now owned by Foodstuffs. They also then bought out the Henry's chain and changed them all to Liquorlands. So they control those. They control those things. So they go into the suppliers, and they just bargain. They'll say to Heineken, we want 100 pallets. You know, I used to do this when Robbie Burns was around, and I used to have the Carlton liquor game against them. And I used to run all the trusts in the South Island. You know, we'll say, oh, he's taking 100. I'll take 150 pallets of Heineken. Give us the better price, right? But we would pass the price on. But what these guys are doing is they are then manipulating the market. There are times now where I can buy Heineken cheaper from Countdown or Pack and Save than I can buy it through the trade. Through buying a pallet, I can't get a pallet at the same price. I'll go into the Countdown stores, right? This is the new ones of all the new stores. I'll go and say, right, I'll have 24 packs. Oh, we've only got 3. Sorry, sir. I said, well, when are you getting your next lot in? Oh, we're getting more in tomorrow, right? I'll have a pallet. Oh, no, we're only getting 4 in. They only get 4 in because when that 4's sold, they're in the shop, they're either going to buy food or they'll buy some other booze, right? It's manipulative, right? And they do I can't remember what the name is. There's a name where they had someone, I think New World got caught out 3 or 4 times last year when the guy that was organising was on holiday. So what they do is they put the prices up for a month, and then they'll bring them down. They'll say savings of $6. Well, in actual fact, they inflated it by $3 for a month, and then they put the discount like, or you know, they'll put this the savers. The trade has, or the licensing have let them away with so much. When they originally got the rules for liquor licensing, again we had Countdown, we forced the rules as well. You had to put your liquor stores at the back. You had to put your liquor at the back of the store, so everybody could. They had to get away. In Australia, they have to build a separate area. You can go into the supermarkets, and you have to go into a separate area to get into the liquor stores. here in New Zealand, we're such softies. They put them in the middle of the store or opposite the checkouts, where they're all standing there in checkouts. Oh, I'll grab a bottle of wine or I'll grab this. If you go to our local supermarket here, right? You walk in, you go through your veggies, you go through all your liquor, and then you get to your meat. We are just so dumb. And you know, we are dumb for allowing the licensing to do it. So that's
We're
just
really
sort of-
enjoying your submission, but your time is up. So can you please try and wind up because we've got other people.
Okay, so one of the key things I was saying is that you need to have put a maximum number of licenses in your LAP, because if you have a maximum number of licenses, then people will look after the licenses. We had a couple of situations in Christchurch here where 2 super liquor operators got up to 9 stores each. They were using the stores to get visas for people from North India. I reported it to licensing 5 or 6 years before they got taken to task by the IRD eventually. And not only was that defrauding the country because they weren't paying tax and doing everything wrong, and then after 3 years they kick them out and get some more in, they were also disadvantaged all the good operators in the town. You know, so everybody's doing the right thing. We weren't hiring our Indian guys for $7 an hour, 45 hours a week. So licensing have known a lot of these things. They haven't been strong. You've got one chance to do it right. And happy to have a longer conversation than 5 minutes, which I think is a stupid time, I have to say. To talk about anybody that wants this, you know, there are a number of loopholes that the supermarkets will use. You guys need to think about it. Don't rush into your decisions. You better take longer for that. I think the freeze is very good, having the freeze for 3 years. The sinking lid, I think the lady's gone. You're talking about the sinking lid thing. Waste of time. Sinking lid means that someone like me who's had a license for 32 years in the liquor store, 30 years in Miss Show's 30 years now, when my license comes up, it would fall off. Doesn't, you know, and why? Because I've got a kindergarten next to me, right? That doesn't work. There's no brownie points for doing it right with licensing, right? Anybody who gets caught, you know, they need to keep things on these. Having owner operators is extremely important to liquor stores. If you're an owner operator and it's your money you're putting up, you're going to do it. These guys that have got satellite stores, you know, there's a few of them. They're based in Auckland. They're opening up stores down here. They don't care. Their staff don't care. They're just there to get a visa in 3 years. Anyway, enough said.
That's really good, really helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
And if you feel like a coffee or a beer, I can tell you more.
We have to pay for our own. Marilyn Chong here. She on the way still. She's still on the way. So we have Richard has cancelled. Ruth Spearing is here. Yes, welcome. And you've got a PowerPoint and you've got 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much for letting me speak here today. I could have chosen many topics in which alcohol causes considerable harm to people, but I decided I would talk on fetal alcohol syndrome. Fetal alcohol spectrum disorder is a devastating, lifelong, irreversible neurodevelopmental disorder. It occurs when people get pregnant having had a drink or during the period of their pregnancy. It is the leading preventable intellectual cause of disabilities in New Zealand. How much does this cost New Zealand? $4.8 billion a year. And that's more than half of the estimated cost of alcohol harm to New Zealand per year, which is some $9.1 billion per year. It's estimated that some 1,800 to 3,000 babies are born with fetal alcohol syndrome in New Zealand per year. These individuals experience complex behavioral, learning, intellectual and physical problems throughout their entire lives. And of course, this leads to major problems in terms of poor education, poor employment outcomes, increased contact with the justice system, increased times on benefits, and increased contact with the alcohol, mental health, and drug services, as well as an increase in early deaths. We often hear the term freedom of choice. We should have the right to drink when we want to drink. But these individuals have no freedom of choice. There is plenty of international data that confirms that longer opening hours leads to increased alcohol consumption. Increased alcohol consumption is known to increase the risk of fetal alcohol syndrome. Guys, come on, common sense indicates that late night sales of alcohol increases the potential unplanned and unprotected sex. I don't believe the LAP as proposed goes far enough at looking at the closing hours of all the places that sell alcohol. And when you make the decisions in the next few weeks or months, please think of people with fetal alcohol syndrome. There is plenty of international data that shows that closing hours is the most important aspect of reducing harm. Alcohol harm. The Swedish data, there's a lot of data from Peter Miller over in Australia, and here in New Zealand, there is Jenny Connor's data, which showed that there was reduced harm when the 4 a.m. closing time was brought in versus no closing time. So I strongly support closing the off licenses and the supermarkets at 9 p.m. But I would also like to see the late opening to 9 a.m. I'd like to see central bars and nightclubs closing at 2 a.m. and the suburban ones at midnight. I strongly support the proposal of no new off licenses in decile 8 to 10, but I would like that extended to area of decile 7 as well, because otherwise there's a risk that there will be an increase in these areas, and these areas already have a high density of alcohol outlets. I support the restriction of bottle stores within 200 metres of schools and addiction areas, but I believe for the 4 avenues areas that this should also include bottle stores, and for outside this area it should include bars and nightclubs, and that it also should be the case for areas where there's a high density of young people, for example, the bus exchange, which I gather is up for discussion at the present time.
Thank you very much. Being on time. Thank you for mentioning bus exchange for the second person. So appreciate that. So we now have Marilyn Chong here. Thank you. So Marilyn, you have 5 minutes to talk to us, and that includes any question time. So over to you.
I've come to cry on behalf of the people that aren't able to. The fetal alcohol syndrome children, the people in car crashes, the recipients of family violence. I have notes, I had a bang on the head, so I'm not so well prepared. I fell. the people that are impaired by a crash from alcohol-related that don't reach their potential, that may be in a wheelchair, a lifetime of pain. Alcohol doesn't really help anyone at all, so I would plead for no alcohol at all, please. And in the writings, those who sell alcohol will be held accountable for all the injury that comes from the sale of it. So maybe I'm crying for you people as well, from your hearts, that you will consider your family, your children, your spouse, your parents, if something untoward happened to them due to the misadventure of alcohol. Not that I wish it on anyone, but this is my heartfelt cry for the abolition of alcohol.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Marilyn? Doesn't appear to be, but thank you very much for your time today and coming and talking to us.
Thank
Very
you,
kind of you. Okay. So we're up to Delicados. Is Della here? Yep.
Kia ora koutou everyone, my name is Adela Cardos and I am the registrar at the University of Canterbury. I'm making a submission on behalf of the university, and as you know, the university has approximately about 19,000 students enrolled at the moment, which is very exciting for the city and for the university. For the most part, students bring a very vibrant and energetic approach to the city, which we all love, as do many of the surrounding residents. However, unfortunately, as you will also know, that there are some students who experience alcohol-related harm, and that negatively impacts not only the individuals involved, but also the surrounding residents and the city as a whole, and the university. In my capacity as registrar, one of my roles is to handle and manage student misconduct. And in my personal experience, a lot of the misconduct incidents that I have to deal with are related to alcohol issues. It is on that basis that the university's submission is that not only through the university's experience, but also through research undertaken at universities, that the more available and attractive alcohol is, particularly to those in the age demographic of 20 to 24, which happens to be our client base, the greater the risk of alcohol-related harm. So by reducing the trading hours and reducing the number of off licenses that are accessible to students, the city and the city council is therefore positively supporting the university and its students. I've seen the negative effects of alcohol consumption or excessive alcohol consumption on students. And at the time of consumption, students don't necessarily appreciate the life-changing impacts that that may have on them. So really it's our job as a city and as a university to assist students by reducing the attraction to alcohol. And the way to do that is to limit the hours and to limit the number of venues that they can attend to consume alcohol and purchase alcohol. We want students to come to Christchurch, and they are. They're coming from all over the city and all over the world, and that is a really positive thing. But once they get here, what we want them to do is have a really positive experience. We want them to focus on their studies and we want them to have fun. But we want them to have fun in a really safe environment. So anything that the City Council can do by way of this policy is effectively assisting the university and its students to have a fun, positive experience in their tertiary education time at Christchurch and the University of Canterbury. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And to be able to remember it.
Yes.
Yes. Questions from Councillor Barber or
Thanks, Adela. yeah, I attended Canterbury University a long time ago, and I'm glad that the university has this attitude now, because it certainly didn't seem to back in the day, allowing some of the steins and things like that to happen. My question really is around what you guys are doing to ameliorate the use and restrict the that sort of behaviour at the university. What are you guys actually doing there?
So we do an awful lot. We have a lot of education campaigns that we roll out at the beginning of each semester and throughout the year. So we engage with students through educational campaigns that tells them about the harm and the responsible drinking and the impact that it has on not only themselves and others. So that's one aspect. Another aspect is we work very closely with the UCSA, the Students' Association, so that when events are occurring on campus, we take a very responsible approach alongside the UCSA with how much alcohol is distributed, how it's distributed, and who to. And we engage with the residents surrounding the university who lodge complaints and issues about black parties. We have proctors who do investigations into excessive alcohol harm. And then we have a whole student support network where if a harm incident has occurred, there's a lot of support that goes to both the complainant and the respondent in that situation.
Yeah, no, yeah, my wife works at the university, so I do hear a little bit of that sort of thing. So yeah, congratulations on the improvements you've certainly made over the years.
Thank you. Yeah, students are doing a really good job themselves of making much better choices too. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, that's good. Councillor Moore.
Thank you. You talked about the need for there to be less venues available to be consuming alcohol, but you also mentioned that you want people to have fun, but ideally in a safe environment. But surely the controlled unlicensed premises venues are a safer environment than unregulated house parties. So, so where do you stand on that? Because there is particularly around the university, there is a lack of safe venues, right? As an option. So the only choice is parties, and of course everyone lives in a house. So
yes, although going to a liquor store and purchasing alcohol, the university would see as enabling students to have access to excessive amounts of alcohol because there's nobody monitoring how much they're drinking when they take it back to a flat. Whereas if they go somewhere, as you say, and they're then hopefully monitored and managed by that venue and its staff, that is a safer environment.
Yeah, but sorry, when you talked about the desire for there to be less venues to consume.
I'm talking about venues where they can go and purchase alcohol to take away.
Okay, so you're not talking about unlicensed venues. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Off license is what I mean, yeah.
Okay, nice one.
You might know that it's a huge part of my job is actually working in that precinct, and there is some interesting things that come across my table. I want to ask about partnerships outside of what we've got here, and I was a student probably closer to anyone else at this table. They used to run O-Week specials in Dunedin. I was in Dunedin night, not in Canterbury. But is there anything that you're currently doing at the moment, working with those off licenses to help, I guess, partner with those organisations to lessen alcohol harm?
To be honest, I'm not aware of partnerships with off licenses. What I do know is that our security team do engage with off licenses where there are issues. So our security team they provide a huge pastoral care aspect to their roles. So they go out and they speak to residents and they try and glean information about where the hotspots are and where the particular issues are. And in some cases, they do talk to off licensees where they see that actually there's an area that isn't being managed well by the off license when alcohol is being sold.
Okay, and are the alcohol bans working that you see around the surrounding streets?
We'd like to be a special zone if possible. It would make our jobs a lot easier. Yeah.
I'll give you my number off phone. I'd love to catch up.
Thank you.
Councillor Coker.
Yes, well, you meaning special zone as in a sensitive site. Yeah. Have you talked to, so it was going to be my question, have you talked to other tertiary institutes in Christchurch about their thoughts around that for them as well?
No, we haven't, to be honest. we've just focused on our particular area, but we haven't talked to say Ara or Lincoln.
Fantastic. No, that's very good, that last point about the sensitive zone, very pertinent for us. So excellent submission.
Thank
Lovely to
you.
have you here.
Thank you
Thanks for the
very
work
much.
you're
Good to see
doing.
you.
Thanks.
Yeah, I know we've got a scheduled break, but is Brodie here or Brodie? Yeah, no. Greg? No. All right, so we have Belinda and John? No. Just here. Should we have them, do we have them now?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to see.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Debriefing.
Oh, the debrief.
That's good.
Oh, okay, all right. Oh, are you ready to speak to us now? Oh, love, okay. So you've got 15 minutes. And you're on behalf of the Super Liquor franchise. So John's speaking first, 5 minutes, and then I'm speaking. Yes? Okay, great.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. Linda and I own 2 Super Liquor stores. We've got Super Liquor Island and Super Liquor Hornby, and I hope when Linda gets to speak, she addresses the situation with the universities, because she's had quite a bit of contact with the university being one of the local liquor stores close to it. The purpose for us coming along and speaking, or me coming along and speaking, is really to put a name to the face. We're proud small business owners who try to do the right things for our customers in our community. We're not some faceless corporation, we're real people. We're part of the Super Liquor franchise group because they give us access to great support services, in particular staff training, legal and compliance issues, as well as obviously buying and marketing opportunities. In return, we have to maintain pretty high standards of presentation, compliance to Super Liquor standards, compliant obviously to all legal standards. We're also audited regularly by the Super Liquor Group to make sure we do comply, and there are financial penalties and expulsion from the group if we don't do it right. So not only is our interest to be responsible citizens, we also need to be doing it right by the group. And there's been a number of businesses exited from the group in recent times because they haven't really. We've put a lot of effort into training our staff to comply with all the requirements, with all staff having to complete regular training modules every quarter, and we're all doing those. And being a small family-owned business, we're close to our staff. We're in touch with what's actually happening in the stores, and if there's any additional training required, we're there to make sure it happens. So with that in mind, that's the background. I want to emphasise 3 points in my submission. It's been, of the 400 odd pages, there's no point me trying to actually say much on 399 pages. It's just 3 points I want to make. One is we willingly support a change to 9 p.m. I think that's a good thing to do, as long as it applies to everyone. There's no point forcing some retailers to do it and not others. Otherwise, what are you going to do is shift the harm from one area to another. This won't reduce the harm. I would refer specifically to remote licenses. It seems ludicrous that if you've got a remote license, you can supply alcohol up to 11 o'clock at night. Customers will simply order the alcohol online and get it delivered without the ID checking, the intoxication checking that we have to comply with. It makes a mockery for all the training we can do. If you can ring up, order your alcohol, get it delivered by the Uber man, and off they go. It makes a total joke of all the compliance issues that we're trying to do. So we can't support this proposal if you're going to turn around and let remote licenses go ahead and supply whenever they want to. So we implore you to apply the same restrictions to remote license holders that you're proposing for the other outlets. Similarly, with the freeze on new off licenses in high deprivation areas. The proposal makes good sense to us, got no issue with it at all, as long as it applies to everyone. It doesn't make sense to me that there's an exemption for supermarkets. It's above supermarkets, with the power that they've got, they can do far more harm than we can. We put far more training into our staff, into Our stores, we're focused. Supermarkets just, it's a shotgun approach. And here you're looking at giving them an exemption to be able to sell when they want to. So we would ask that there be no exemptions to the proposed freeze. The last one's really just a suggestion for the proposed freeze on new off licences. I'd suggest that it should really extend to 500 metres beyond the high deprivation area to stop the bottle stores opening up in areas across the road from the high deprivation areas. If you really want to be effective in those high deprivation areas, you really need to make sure that you haven't got a ring of liquor stores on the outside. So I'd suggest that if you're really going to head down that track, you need to have an exclusion zone there as well. So, thank you for your time.
You can have them. Okay, first of all, my name is Belinda, obviously John's partner, and I've been in the liquor industry for 15 years now. And I have very close and first-hand experience with harm caused by addiction, namely alcohol. So it's not something that I'm unaware of. I don't know if the proposed changes that you're suggesting will reduce harm, but I'm absolutely prepared to support it and give it a go, because it's not going to reduce harm if we keep doing what we're doing. I've already highlighted my concerns in my written submission, and John's actually just covered most of what I totally agree with. And again, talking about the remote sales, it's had a bit of an issue with remote licenses are able to carry on delivering in Auckland at the moment, because the LAP, I think, which I'm going to get Greg from Super Liquor is going to address in more detail, but I think it's because they concentrated on the sales time, which is in the law, the legislation, whereas if you concentrate on the delivery time, I believe that you can have an effect on that. But I'll let Greg speak to that in more detail. It's common knowledge to me that the industry in Christchurch is gearing itself up to be able to do remote deliveries if it's not included in the LAP. So it's a thing that everyone is gearing up for. And I don't want to see that happen, because I think it just absolutely makes a mockery out of closing at 9 o'clock. Areas, totally agree with John, and sensitive sites. I also agree with everything that John has said. I'm not going to repeat it. I will touch slightly on the university thing, because our store is in the university area and it's on Waimari Road. I have made several approaches to the university, and it goes somewhere for a little bit and then it just dies out. However, I think it's because I'm not speaking to the right people, and I'm hoping that we can connect with the lady that just spoke, because at this point nobody has ever approached me from the university. I've done all the approaching over the last 10 years. We do things in the store like we have a sober to be served, which we believe that the students can make a much better decision if they have not got any alcohol on board. We have an issue which is not under the lap for you to make changes, but we have an issue with the way our tool in the industry is used to assessing whether somebody can be served if they have been previously drinking. And I have highlighted this before, and I'm hoping to work with somebody on, and I'm looking particularly in one direction, on getting this tool changed so that it can influence and cause less harm with assessment. At the moment, the tool is very subjective.
And I believe we can improve on that. And that's it. But yes, it is in your hands, and appreciate all the work, etc. that you're doing. And yes, I totally support what you're doing.
Well, that's incredible. Thank you very much. Got time for a question from, is it Tyler? Yeah, and then Mark.
Kia ora. Thank you for coming in. That's awesome. You're both great operators, by sounds, by all means. I wanted to ask a question. Since you're in the industry, you go through regular training and upskilling quite often because of the franchisee part of it. I'm worried about the non-franchisee off license holders. And I just wanted to know what the key differences were between yourselves, who are franchisees essentially, who have different settings compared to the ones that aren't.
It's a hard one to answer because we haven't been in a situation where we've just run the store without a franchise model behind us. However, I was lucky enough to be involved in the franchise before we bought the store. And as John highlighted, the support behind you and compliance to make sure that you have the right training in place. And as John also said, you're only as good as your weakest staff member, and that's when, because we're an owner operator and we work in it, we can see where that weakness is and try and improve it. So yeah, yep.
If it's all right.
Yes, last Mark.
It's around advertising.
Yeah.
Advertising's come up quite significantly within the submissions we've had.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what kind of advertising you do as a business. And you are in Studentville, obviously.
Yes.
So
okay. So in Ilam, in Studentville, we don't do anything outside of the franchise system. So it's all very generic. We used to have a Facebook where we tried to promote ourselves, and we decided that it didn't seem to really do anything anymore. It also, we do, however, like if somebody's one applies, we will put up and say, congratulations, so and so. So when I say we don't really do anything, we do that. In Hornby, we occasionally advertise in the local paper, but again, it's just the fact that we're owner operated and it's the generic advertising of super liquor from super liquor.
Gotcha.
Mark, just quickly because we're actually out of time.
Yep, no, thank you. Thank you, Linda and John, for coming in. Again, the advertising.
Yep.
Is that something you think that we should somehow through our LAP?
I don't know whether it makes any difference, but I agree with, I understand where Liz comes from in the respect that it's the busyness, a visual busyness, and less is more. So I can understand where she's coming from if there's anything you can do about that to make it look smarter. Okay, hey, thank you.
One last thing, you've got a view into your operating judging that you do. I'd really like to find a way for us to get the DLC teams to perhaps link up and share the way they operate, because it's really good.
Thank you.
From the owner operator.
I appreciate that, Mark.
Thank you. Very nice submission. And did you say Greg now? Is Greg speaking? Carolyn. That's the, yeah. All right, come to the table, Carolyn. Super liquor franchise as well.
Yes,
A
I am.
different store. Yep.
Yes, so my name's Carolyn Moffat and I am what Councillor Harrison Hunt could refer to as a grubby little liquor store owner. So
you're not around a dairy, it's all right.
oh, I don't know. So I also came here today to present a human face of a bottle store owner to the committee. So bottle store owners are business people who've invested a significant amount of money and time into their businesses. So as retailers for more than 21 years, my husband and I have worked hard to establish well-run legal businesses which provide jobs for people And we do recognise very clearly that holding a liquor licence is a privilege, not a right. And yes, we do recognise that the product we sell may cause harm to some of our customers. And so we're not afraid to take steps to reduce any potential harm. And for that reason, we also support an early closure of 9 p.m, as long as it is consistent across all off licences, including remote sales. Supermarkets will claim that closing at 9 p.m. will cost them money. We too will incur costs. Without a doubt, an early closure will have an impact on staff hours. We will need to offer our staff earlier starting times because our staff have guaranteed hours in the contract, and we will still be legally obliged to provide that. And of course, we'll close our doors earlier 3 days a week when we currently open until 10 p.m. That has financial implications for us and all off-licence owners, but we recognise the need is there and we're happy to support a 9 p.m. close. I've been watching the submissions here this morning from home, and I know that you've asked some people some questions about opening hours. So our licences currently are from 8 a.m. We don't open at 8 a.m, we open at 9, but it enables us to put through some sales. Say if we've got a sports club with an order and someone's there at 10 to 9, they can put that sale through and start getting it ready for delivery. A 9 a.m. opening wouldn't really have an impact. It wouldn't be a huge change. It would just have to be consistent. Sometimes we open at 8:30 on Christmas Eve, just for those people like me who can't stand crowds when they're shopping. But again, 9 a.m. opening would have little impact. I've also been listening to the conversation about maps, and I was interested in the lady from Salvation Army talking about up in Auckland how the areas have changed. I think that, I own Superliquor Papanui, and I was really surprised to see that Papanui Shopping Centre was classified as a high deprivation area, because that is not our experience as operators there for 21 years. When I did my last liquor licence renewal, I did something on GAT maps. I saw and did a 3 kilometre radius and came up with a deprivation index of 5.37. And I just wonder whether a solution to this problem of peripheral stores opening on periphery, whether we just have a radius around a particular area, which on the day when someone applies, you go, well, what is this area at the moment? That might be. I'm also a wee bit worried about unintended consequences to any freeze. For that reason, I think applications should be assessed on merit. For example, we had to move our business in Papanui after the earthquake, so we had to apply for a new liquor licence because, as I believe the liquor licence is attached to a title of an address. And even though we weren't a new business, because our premises had changed, we had to apply for a brand new liquor licence. And I think it would be an unintended consequence potentially if we had to relocate for a reason such as fire or earthquake, that we possibly wouldn't be able to do so if there was a freeze on an area on new licences, because technically we would be a new licence. Not that would be any further harm in that area because we were already there, but that's possibly an unintended consequence of a freeze on licences. So I think, in other words, we should have the right to apply for a new liquor licence in the same area, and our application and every other one should be based on merit. I'm also concerned that an opportunity has been missed when considering whether supermarkets should be exempt in high deprivation areas. A supermarket should be able to operate its core business of food supply without relying on alcohol sales. They do this in trust areas such as Invercargill. Supermarkets sell a lot of alcohol, and it would be foolish to assume that a supermarket opening with a liquor licence in an area designated as high deprivation wouldn't have an impact on alcohol-related harm in that area. If the council is serious with its intent to reduce alcohol-related harm, they would consider each application, including those made by supermarkets, on its merit rather than have an exemption system in place. Failure to do this simply gives supermarkets a free pass to sell liquor when other retailers are not given such an opportunity. Supermarkets already have a fairly free run when it comes to applying for liquor licences. By that I mean they very rarely receive the volume of objections that a standalone bottle store would. A fair and level playing field is what we seek, and considering each and every application on its merit would deliver that. And finally, I'd like to urge you to get the LAP done and implemented before the October elections.
Hey, Carolyn, we do have one question, although we're out of time, we have to make it quick, but also just on that opening comment of yours, grubby little liquor stores. Do you have any comment on how you differentiate your super liquor stores from perhaps some other ones?
Well, I mean, as Belinda and John said, we have a very good franchise system and are backed up. My husband and I work in the business, although I don't go to the shops.
Shall we say aesthetically?
Oh, yes, we probably, I mean, it's hard to say, but I would say that our stores in Papanui and Edgware and Elmwood are clean and tidy and well lit, and have well-trained staff in them.
And Councillor
Answered your question.
Templeton.
Clean as a whistle.
Yes.
Just quickly, I think someone else may use this next, but the even playing field thing, I think is really important. It's something that council has discussed in public stuff as well before. The government's about to do a review of the Sale and Supply of Liquor Act. It's going to look at the online sales. Are we is your preference that we do this now, and then hopefully the government will change that to fall into line with what we're doing? I mean, if we're not able to do it ourselves.
I think you should address remote sales. Greg's going to show you something that the other morning we were scrolling through Facebook, and something that popped up on our Facebook feed, and Greg has it in his presentation about a remote seller popping up who was going to sell between 10 PM and 7 AM.
Perfect.
Which is slightly illegal, but you know.
Hey, thank you very much, Caroline. Hey, thanks for coming in, and really nice to
thanks.
It's just some growth.
Thank you. Ask Greg.
It's not an actual.
No,
Super liquor?
It's just something.
It's just one row.
Welcome. Fire away, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and first of all, thank you for allowing me to present to you this afternoon. My name is Greg Core. I'm the National Operations Manager for Super Liquor Holdings and based here and live in Christchurch. As a business, we believe LAPs are a really good thing, and providing they're applied consistently, we do have our concerns with the current Christchurch draft LAP as it's solely focused on off-premise, namely bottle stores. Main concerns relate to 4 key areas. Firstly, the maximum trading hours. We're actually, as a business, really open to changing in the hours and to work with councils and LAPs. However, what we do want is the same for all licences, including supermarkets and remote sellers. Regarding remote sellers, we think there's an intentional or unintentional exemption for remote sellers that doesn't make sense and does nothing to minimise alcohol harm. An example here is something that we saw on Facebook in the last 2 weeks. So alcohol delivery across Christchurch from 10 PM to 7 AM. So that's illegal. Valid photo ID may be asked. We make that mandatory for anyone that looks under 25. Leave at the door for repeat customers. That's a big no-no. So that's illegal. And a 30-minute delivery, which we think is pretty quick, particularly if allowed to at late at night. For some of you that may not be aware, on the right-hand side is some of the compliance-related process that Super Liquor has for all its franchisees. Super Liquor takes its responsibility towards the sale and supply of alcohol very seriously. So we put a lot of effort into this, into everything from aesthetics through to design, through lighting, but really around compliance of our franchisees and what they do. We have a quarterly audit from a franchise manager that comes, and there's an incentive. If they pass that, they actually are monetary rewarded. If they don't get it. So it's a strong, they've got to comply with Super Liquor standards. It's we take it very hard, and we're very okay if people don't play by our rules. We have and will keep to terminate franchisees. We believe that a large number of remote sellers do not have these systems in place, and very hard to complete any spot checks or compliance audits by the tri agencies in Christchurch, as a remote seller can basically operate from their home and deliver anywhere at any time. Now, we've seen as a business a real growth in remote licenses being granted nationally and in Christchurch, and we think if this is not put into the LAP, that it's potential for opportunists to do delivery of alcohol late at night, and also consumption and deliveries to private and public places. So just having a quick look at remote seller examples. So this is just Googling, where can I buy alcohol online? So we think it's quick, there's large discounts, and it's also very cheap. So as you can see here, we can buy alcohol in Christchurch within a 30-minute to 45-minute delivery. Large discounts available online, 60% discount, which is totally illegal. As you know, the Act specifies that no discounts or discounts up to 25%, nothing over 25%, and cheap. So you can buy online product, $7.50, $8 a bottle of wine.
Wow.
We believe that the remote selling under section 59 of the Act, it does say that it is quite, it's written well in the sense of what remote sellers can do. They can sell pretty much any time of the day, but what's not captured, and we think there's an opportunity here for the Christchurch to take up on it, is the delivery component. So they can continue to sell, so they can transact the data through their tools, but deliveries would be kept to the same hours of off license. Now you might look at me and think, am I being uncompetitive? No, because as a license holder, we are still remote sellers. So what we're saying is that we want to do the right thing. If we're saying, hey, change the hours, we'll actually agree with it, as our franchisees have said, but we only think it's fair that everyone operates under the same rules. So we think there's an opportunity here to impose a condition restricting the hours of delivery for remote sellers. So they can still sell, they can't deliver. So you sell it, prepare it, get it ready. So that's something we'd like to put at you. The restriction of licenses, really, we think that every application should be judged on its merit. So we're not a big fan of actually blacking out areas, because we think that basically licenses should be the quality license, not numbers. So why would you have a blacked out area with a lot of bad operators when you can have a super liquor, really good, responsible retailer? The next thing I'll point out here is a quote out of the draft LAP is an applicant can apply for an exemption to this policy. We think that's largely targeted around supermarkets, and we think that we've heard from supermarkets today that they may not be profitable, they may not be viable, but we know in West Auckland Trust, Invercargill Licensing Trust, they do operate profitably. So I know I'm out of time. Could you accord me one more minute? Thank you. Just a one point that we think would love the draft LAP or the council to clarify is around the sensitive sites. So we're comfortable with the measurements you've got in place. It's just how the measurements are measured, if you like. So as the crow fly doesn't work, we think that the Marlborough draft LAP has nailed it, and we'd love you just to have a look at that to see what you think in response. And finally, why are on premise not treated the same? If there's concern that off-premise normalises alcohol consumption, I find it odd, as you have to be 18 to enter into an off-premise or with a legal guardian. Yet you can walk past on-premise outlets like you've seen here, or through a liquor section in a supermarket without being questioned. So, Councillor, you said before about the light colours and the bright colours and those type of things. We actually have clean sites, so there's no branding of beer, RTDs, wine on our buildings. But I can walk past an on-premise and see people smoking and drinking outside with happy hour signs, or waltz into a supermarket, but I find that the argument's one-sided. So once again, thank you very much for your time, and I'll welcome any questions if you've got any.
Great. Hey, a very, very good submission. Thank you very much for coming in. Is that your time? Thank you.
Excellent, great, thank you.
So,
I've got so many.
so we now. Is Brodie here? All right, we'll go into afternoon tea break and resume at 3:20.
When, sorry? 3:25. It's great, man.
Yeah.
Council here, who's up next? Not yet, okay. So we will go to Paul Marie Plesko, please, on behalf of the Waipuna Hallsville.
We're running early.
Community Board.
I thought it was 3:40. I was still waiting for Helen.
Oh, okay, that's all right.
No, go ahead.
Wait, because I think we have.
We wouldn't want to go without Helen.
Are you sure you don't want to go now?
Oh, yeah.
You are, but you know, I've had a couple of cancellations and things. Can you perhaps see if she wants to get here fairly soon, please? But we do have Cheryl Brunton here. Thank you. To order.
Nice laugh.
Alcoholic.
Let's play what?
And you have 15 minutes, Cheryl.
Yes.
Bougie. House.
Pretty sweet. Movie.
Thank you very much. We're presenting on behalf of the National Public Health Service, and introduce myself. I'm Dr. Cheryl Brunton. I'm one of the medical officers of health. And to my right is Professor Joe Bowden. To my left, you've already met Ruth Spearing, who's a haematologist, and I'd like to introduce Dr. Laura Joyce, who is an emergency medicine specialist. To go over a lot of detail, what was in our submission, there's a lot of data and referencing in there. But before I turn to my colleagues to talk a little bit about some particular areas that we'd like to bring to your attention, which you're proposing in the LAC will help to address, just really want to reiterate for you that alcohol is not an ordinary commodity. It might be sold in shops and all the rest of it, but it's not an ordinary commodity. And it's a commodity that does cause harm. That harm isn't actually confined to people who drink alcohol or to those who drink irresponsibly or intoxication. And that harm can be both health related, it's what we're going to talk about, but it's also economic and social. Essentially, alcohol causes both acute and chronic harmful effects right across the lifespan. There isn't any risk-free growth of alcohol. One type of harm you're talking about, but there isn't one. That's why we don't have safe drinking limits. We have low risk. An evidence-based local alcohol policy is a really important tool in reducing the harm that's caused by alcohol in our communities. And I just want to say how very appreciative we are that City Council is grasping this nettle, given the experience that you had last time. Given the changes in the law, we're really, so our feedback is really on the basis of supporting most of what you have in that policy and also suggesting some things that we have many others. I'm going to turn to Ruth now and let her, she's going to talk about one of the chronic harms of our exposure to alcohol. Joe is going to talk about a mixture of both chronic and acute harms. And Laura's going to talk about where a lot of people end up, which is in the emergency department.
So, having been involved in treating cancer for all my professional life, I couldn't go past this chance of actually bringing to people's attention something that's really not actually known by the general public very much. But back in 1987, the International Agency for Research on Cancer classified alcohol as a group 1, in other words, a high scheme of carcinogen. So the same category as smoking, same category as asbestos. Alcohol is most clearly associated with mouth and throat, esophagus, bowel, which is increasing, particularly in young people, and for the women around this room, breast cancer. There are clear mechanisms by how alcohol actually damages the DNA, which leads to the cancers. And there are statistics which really show just what an increase in cancer occurs with drinking. So a woman who drinks 2 drinks a day has a 30% higher risk of cancer during their lifetime than someone who drinks less than 1 drink per week. And it's, as you can see from the graph in front of you, women are at much greater risk of cancer during their lifetime because of breast cancer, but men too have an increased risk of about 10% if you drink 2 drinks a week, a day. So, is this personal choice, or is it an increased burden on society? And again, oh, sorry,
the slide might be missing. So,
it's, I mean, obviously a huge burden on an individual who develops cancer and on their loved ones and families. It's also a real impact on society. There are surgical teams here in Canterbury who no longer actually operate on anything other than cancer because of the amount of cancer around. And that means that people with non-malignant conditions actually can't get surgery. And in terms of the expenditure, Pharmac recently let me know that the cost of cancer and immunosuppressive drugs per year is now $250 million per year. And that's a 23% increase compared to the 2021-22. Indeed, that data of 250 million, in fact, is 23-24 data. It will increase this year.
Thank you very much. I've had the opportunity to conduct research on alcohol use in the context of the Christchurch Health and Development Study, a longitudinal cohort of people born in Christchurch in 1977 and followed throughout their lives. As part of this, I've been involved not only in research, but in policy circles here in Aotearoa. And there are several things about the relationship between alcohol and mental health that I would like to leave you with. And the first, most important one is alcohol is in fact a cause of mental health disorders. It is a cause of major depression. In fact, problem drinking, having an alcohol use disorder doubles the risk of developing major depression when you have it. And in fact, these two things tend to reinforce each other. It's also important to note that alcohol is also a cause of suicidal behavior. Severe alcohol use disorder increases the risk of suicidal behavior by 50%. And 1/4 of all suicide attempts, and we examine this through coroner's reports, involve acute alcohol use. So it's quite clear that in terms of particularly depression and suicidal behavior, that alcohol is one of the primary drivers of these. We have the worst youth suicide stats in the OECD. We have relatively poor stats otherwise for mental health when we are able to measure it, and alcohol plays a large role in this. How can we reduce the incidence of mental health disorders caused by alcohol? Well, what we need to do is reduce the amount of alcohol that is being consumed in the community. And the proposed Christchurch LAP has key components that will accomplish this, reducing the availability of alcohol by reducing hours where alcohol is available licenses, and reducing the density of licensed premises. Of all of the things that could be done to reduce alcohol consumption at the population level, this has been shown to be one of the most effective, is reducing access. Therefore, it's my view that the LAP, if adopted, will reduce alcohol consumption and reduce the incidence of major depression and suicidal behavior in the Christchurch area. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Laura Joyce. I'm an emergency medicine specialist. I am also a researcher and I'm Deputy Dean of the University of Otago Christchurch. And I want to give you one message today, and that is that alcohol affects every single person who lives in Christchurch, not just those who drink alcohol. So alcohol causes over 900 deaths per year. There are multiple cancers, we've already heard. We have 30,000 hospitalisations per year directly attributed to alcohol. And ACC pays a huge amount for these patients who come in with alcohol-related injuries. We know that almost half of alcohol-attributed injuries are a cause of hospitalisations. And we know that 1/3 of all alcohol-attributed deaths that in the community and coming to hospital can be due to injuries caused while under the influence of alcohol. But it's not all just about those people who drink. The people who do drink and come in intoxicated, they have a 5 times increased risk of death in the following year. This is not just tonight when you're drunk, this is a lifetime risk. And alcohol affects every single person in our EDs, not just those who are intoxicated. So our EDs around the motu are overwhelmed. In Christchurch ED, we are seeing over 400 patients per day. More than 10% of those will have a condition related to alcohol, but 90% won't. But we know that for anytime our ED has more than 10% of patients waiting more than 6 hours, every single person in that ED has a 10% increased risk of death in the next 7 days. So your mum who's fallen over and broken their hip, and your daughter who's in there with a infection, and your child and your grandmother all have an increased risk of death due to something that is preventable. And so my invitation to you is I'd love you to come and work a shift with me on a Saturday night, because who I would like you to meet is the patient that I met a year ago who was not drunk, her boyfriend was, and he crashed their car and she died in my ED. I'd like you to meet her mum, who I had to give that message to. I had to break that news. I would like you to meet the 4 kids I had to look after a month ago. There was nothing wrong with the kids. Their mum was in with alcohol-related domestic violence and the kids had nowhere else to go. I would like you to meet the 22-year-old, which is the youngest person I have ever seen bleed out in front of me because he had chronic liver failure, which means your blood doesn't clot, you get big blood vessels and they burst, and he died in front of me. So I want to leave you with one message. Alcohol is not just about those people who are drinking, it's about every single person in their community. And if we can reduce alcohol-related harm, we can improve health.
Thanks. So really just to leave you with a broad summary of the things in the local alcohol policy that National Public Health Service and my clinical research colleagues support. We really strongly support that proposed reduction in trading hours for off licenses to 9 p.m. And I was interested to hear some of the franchisees from off licenses say they did too. I think they are right, however, that there needs to be a level playing field. Absolutely right. And in our submission, we have identified that there is a very large proportion of alcohol sales that go through supermarkets. So we would not be averse to reducing or removing that exemption. That is entirely up to you. We, however, I was interested to hear that the franchisees from off licenses talk, we would also support a reduction in trading hours for on licenses. Now that's not part of your proposed LAP, but we know from the evidence that reduction in hours is one of the most effective things that can be done to reduce alcohol harm, and that we've made some suggestions about on licenses. We believe that those are reasonable and consistent, and they're not inconsistent with other LAPs in the region. We really strongly support the freeze on the new off licenses in high deprivation areas. I respect the position of the franchisees, but those communities are more vulnerable to alcohol harm. And case law around the sale and supply of the Alcohol Act acknowledges that and requires a higher standard of suitability for people to operate. It's really difficult for those communities, and I know some of you represent them, to be forced to have to take these things to the local district licensing committee every time. And we would really like to reduce, as I know you would, the impost on those particular communities. We would, however, suggest that because of the way, in your own in-house research report, because of the way the licenses are distributed, there is maybe a slight problem if you continue with the quintile, most deprived quintile 8 to 10, because actually there's a very large number of licenses already in decile 7. And it could be perverse that you might find that although the most deprived communities don't, the people in the next category end up with an increased burden of alcohol as a result of premises being able to locate there. So I would ask you to give consideration to that. We definitely support restrictions on proximity of new bottle stores to sensitive sites. We would not be averse to supporting controls on proximity for on licenses either, for that matter. But we do suggest that, although I know has been that early childhood centres was a problem if they were included in this policy, we would ask you to do that, because actually in other LAPs they are included. And it's actually really important about the message that we give to our youngest children as well as our older ones about the place alcohol has in our lives. If it's ubiquitous, that's a problem for them and for all of us. Similarly, we would recommend a discretionary condition restricting external alcohol advertising and signage on all licensed premises. I mean, again, I think the folks from the off-licence community are supportive of that and they're already implementing it. And they've got a point. Because we do know that alcohol advertising and marketing has a particularly pervasive effect on children. And then very last, one of the things that because we like police are involved in special licences and monitoring those, we would ask that you consider including the drink serve limit in special licensed events, because we find ourselves having to litigate that event by event by event by event. And actually, we do know from the experience that we've had and licensing inspectors and police that it is effective in controlling alcohol harm at those events. And we would like that to be the case. We have also made a suggestion that restriction of same-day deliveries of alcohol. So again, you've heard from others about that. We think that's a really good idea. The current situation with the Act did not envisage remote sales of the kind that are happening now. We're thinking about wineries who might deliver your box of wine next week, kind of thing. They were not thinking about the essential free-for-all that's taking place right now and is harmful. You may wish to consider prohibition of buy now, pay later services off licences. That's another thing that, again, the legislation hasn't really kept up with. And it's something to think about, because that's also about what Greg, the gentleman from Super Liquor, commented on. That's about immediacy. And you not only can you get it delivered any time of the day or night, but you can get it delivered immediately. And you don't even have to pay for it right now. So finally, just to leave you with what I said at the beginning, alcohol isn't an ordinary commodity. We really are very pleased to see that Council is taking on board the need to develop a local alcohol policy. We would like it to be a good and strong one and consistent as far as possible with policies in the wider region. And so we really do applaud you for this effort. It's not an easy thing, but if I could reiterate what another submitter has said, we really would like to see this in place and soon. So thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for coming in. Morning. Do we have anyone from the Youth Council? So we would normally have Secretariat letting us know who's here, but attached to this, we make shift.
Accommodation.
Like we camping. Welcome Youth Council. So how many are coming to the table?
5 of us.
I don't know if we've got enough seats, but just find a seat somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have 10 minutes to talk to us about your submission. Thank you for coming in. Fire away.
Kia ora, we're Runa Kataiohi o Ototahi, the Christchurch Youth Council. We represent, connect and advocate for young people aged 12 to 24. We currently have 27 key rangatahi from all over the city with a real diversity amongst our team. Our organisation is independent but holds a memorandum of understanding with Christchurch City Council, recognising our role in ensuring youth perspectives are heard and across the city. We'd love to grow our relationship with the council and work more closely together to embed youth voice across the city's mahi. Today you'll hear from 5 of our members, Vicky Chia, Tom Richards, Alia Rental, Beth Gibson and Ruby Grace Miller.
Our submission is based on the perspectives of young people from across the wider Christchurch area. We had 92 responses to our direct feedback form, which replicated the City Council feedback form, in addition to polls conducted on social media and a couple of in-person workshops with our team. We found that a significant number of young people in Christchurch are concerned about alcohol harm, with 75% of respondents saying that they believe alcohol harm is a major issue in our city. In addition to this, 60% of young people reported witnessing alcohol-related harm, which can be difficult for youth to handle. Some key themes which were highlighted in our outreach campaign were a binge drinking culture, sexual violence and consent issues, drink driving, and a negative impact on mental health, amongst others. This demonstrates that the young people across Christchurch desire urgent action to clamp down on alcohol-related harm to improve safety in our communities. Therefore, the Christchurch Youth Council strongly supports a harm reduction model for the local alcohol policy.
The survey we conducted received responses from 92 youth around Ototahi. One of the youngest respondents was 13, the oldest 24. Even with the diversity in the age, the common consensus still highlights changes needed to be made around the safety and alcohol-related harm. They agree it's a youth issue
and they've either witnessed or experienced harm caused by alcohol. It would be concerning not to make changes based on the results gathered. Alcohol causes damage to our developing brains and bodies. Brain continues to grow until around 25 years of age, therefore making it more sensitive. Youth who drink alcohol are also more likely to experience immediate harm such as injuries, accidents, and risk behaviours like unprotected sex and violence. Once again, the Christchurch Youth Council strongly supports a harm reduction model for the local alcohol policy as it aligns with the concerns and experiences expressed by young people in our community.
CCC has proposed to reduce off-licence alcohol sales hours so that all off-licences close by 9 p.m. This is something we at Christchurch Youth Council strongly support. We've heard consistently from young people that late night alcohol availability increases harm, especially for rangatahi. It makes it easier for underage drinking to happen through social supply and contributes to unsafe environments late at night. Closing bottle stores earlier won't fix everything, but it's a step that shows we're putting wellbeing and community safety first. It also brings us in line with what many other cities across Aotearoa have already done. We support the council taking this step and hope to see it implemented in a way that's clear and consistent across the city. Thank you for making this move to prioritise the health and safety of our communities.
In regards to freezes or limits on new off licences and high deprivation areas, Christchurch Youth Council supports this policy because we know alcohol harm is worse in communities already facing social and economic challenges, and these are the same communities with the highest density of alcohol outlets. Increasing access in those areas doesn't just increase choice, it increases harm. This was the only question we chose not to include in our youth survey because when we did the workshops, it required a lot of context to understand. But in our workshops and wider discussions, the evidence was clear. Freezing new licences in these areas is a protective step towards community wellbeing. Young people want a healthier, safer future for everyone, and we believe this freeze is part of making that future possible.
Young people felt unsafe when alcohol outlets were placed too close to where they learn, grow, or seek support. We strongly support the proposed buffer zones around secondary and primary schools, and we believe these distances strike a good balance between harm reduction and practicality. However, we also heard concerns around the lack of protection for some of our youngest tamariki. That's why we're recommending the council include an early childhood education centres in their policy with a smaller buffer around 50 metres. These spaces are equitably valuable and deserve the same level of consideration. At the end of the day, location matters. It's not just about how far away a store is, it's about how visible and accessible it is to young people. We ask the council to take that into consideration and into account when finalising this policy.
On the initial proposal to reduce trading hours for unlicensed venues in suburban areas, we understand the complexities involved and why no blanket policy is pursued. Our discussions also found it hard to reach a clear conclusion on this issue. However, if venues in suburban areas, particularly near universities and student accommodation, continue to operate late into the evening, we believe it's essential to prioritise safe ways home for people, such as reliable bus routes, well-lit streets, and other safety measures. Balancing social opportunities with public safety is important. We support thoughtful, context-specific approaches that keep communities safe while respecting different types of venues.
Regarding the one-way door policy, young people's views were mixed. Of 92 respondents, many were unsure or wanted more information on how it would affect their safety. While 34 supported it, concerns were raised about groups being split up, which could increase vulnerability. Young people feel safer when they stay together. Because of this, we recommended that if there was a one-way door policy being introduced, it should include night transport, designated safe zones, and more security to prevent young people from being left isolated. We acknowledge the council's concerns that a 1 a.m. one-way door policy could harm the hospitality industry and nightlife, and that the current system already allows case-by-case restrictions. Overall, we encourage further engagement to ensure youth safety remains a top priority. We feel CCC could consider the following recommendations to further help reduce alcohol-related harm. For example, late-night buses to offer young people a safe way home as they're resorting to unsafe practices like drinking and driving. Education and support for bar staff, bouncers, and young people on issues such as drinking, spiking, and safe dance floors. A red light program similar to the Angel Shot initiative, where young people in unsafe situations can discreetly seek help from bar staff. supporting venues and organisations that promote non-alcohol related events and activities for young people to reduce their reliance on non-alcohol driven environments, and maintaining safe street lighting in areas with nightlife.
In closing, we thank the council for the opportunity to contribute to this important conversation. The Christchurch Youth Council stands ready and eager to work more closely with the council as a valuable partner and youth voice. Please consider us as a key resource and tool in shaping policies that affect young people. We urge the council to continue prioritising youth safety and wellbeing in all alcohol planning decisions. Together, by listening to and empowering rangatahi, we can build a healthier, safer ototahi for everyone.
Thank you very much. So, Councillor Moore, there's a question.
Thank you very much, Karen. Yeah, absolutely key resource. We need to hear from all ages when looking at these types of policies. Over the last few decades, the consumption of alcohol with under 18s has decreased quite substantially over the years. And what I'm trying to get my head around is why that might have been. Do you have a view on why less young people are drinking now and what things might be working well that we should look to build on and encourage?
Maybe they're smarter.
Are you smarter than our generation? Is that it?
Yeah, what I would say to that is there's a lot more education and resources out, especially in health classes, especially in primary and secondary schools. So I think youth are more aware of the repercussions that alcohol brings.
That's fine.
Excellent answer. Councillor Harrison Hunt.
Dedicate, another fantastic submission. I just wanted to ask around sensitive sites. In some submissions prior to this, there was a recommendation to add the bus interchanges, particularly the city centre one as a sensitive site. What's your view on that?
We've talked about this before. We think that the bus exchange is already a very sensitive place, specifically with youth. So we think that would probably be dangerous to put a store near there, which I think is happening. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate you making the effort to come in and talk to us again. It's really important that we hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any time we can build that bridge.
Yes.
Is David Robertson here? Yes.
So
Helen.
I think we might have to go there, Helen.
Is Helen on her way?
Okay, Marie, can we have you now? She's on her way.
She's been travelling for a while, unless you came with that police
Need you
car.
to start.
Maybe she got lost.
Change the game so much.
It'll be Dave Robinson.
Much safer than us.
Thank you, Marie. I'm sorry, but we've got to keep it 3:40.
It's all right. Yep. Magandang hapon po. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Waipuna, Holswell, Hornby, Riccarton Community Boards. Today, I will be speaking about our submission to the draft local alcohol policy 2025. And Helen, if she comes on time, will be sharing later some examples of earlier incidents and community concerns. Now, our board represents a diverse and growing population in the western and southwestern suburbs of Christchurch. Our wards include areas with high foot traffic, schools, the university, and young families, as well as late night commercial areas. Residents have raised concerns about public drinking, antisocial behavior, and harm linked to alcohol. One of our biggest concerns is the proximity of liquor outlets to schools. We've also seen issues around late night venues contributing to noise complaints and disorder, particularly around Riccarton. And Helen will tell you more about it if she comes. We commend the council, for including several strong proposals. In particular, the reduction in off-license maximum trading hours to 9 p.m. and placing a buffer near community facilities that are deemed sensitive sites are sensible. I note in our early engagement feedback that we supported a distance of 200 meters as a buffer, but our board would strongly support an evidence-based approach on this. Youth well-being is a priority for our board, particularly as we do have a university located in our board area. We encourage the council to invest in education campaigns alongside enforcement. We consider this two-pronged approach is key to reducing long-term alcohol harm. Our submission supports broader council goals, particularly those creating a livable, safe, and equitable city. Reducing alcohol harm contributes to all of these. In summary, our board believes the draft policy is a strong step forward. We encourage the council to be bold and decisive in adopting and strengthening these measures to ensure a safer future for all communities. Thank you once again for your time and consideration. We remain committed to working alongside the council and the whole wider community to address alcohol-related harm effectively. Thank you.
Question from Councillor Harrison.
Kia ora, Marie. Referring to 2.5 in your submission, it said that the freeze on granting new alcohol licenses for off-licensed premises and hyper-deprivation areas be revisited in 6 years. Can you tell us why the board came to that number, 6 years? 2.5 in the submission.
It's a cycle of review.
Page 195.
That's a cycle. Okay, I got you. Okay.
Yes. All our policies need to be, well, some of them are 10 years, aren't they? But this one's every 6 years.
Okay.
So what you're saying is leave it till then and then.
Gotcha. Yep, that's cool.
It's just a shame because Helen was very keen on coming and speaking to the alcohol policy here because throughout the years being a representative of Riccarton, she has encountered several examples of what has happened. So she was keen to share that with you, but maybe.
Well, we've just had a very, very graphic
True.
talk on alcohol harm and some first-hand examples. So, you know, we are aware, and I think that it's actually indicative of why we're doing this. And we've had a lot of people actually very grateful that we are doing it. So.
And we are too.
So if you can pass it on to Helen that we do have that message.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions for Marie? Thank you very much. And just waiting for David Robertson.
Saw a police car looking for a park, so giving someone a ticket or something.
I can see a parked police car, something like this.
If I may, I have to. Time to come up, so.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good.
So we're sitting there reading your text.
We are quite early, so if you could come in, that would be lovely.
Actually, I can see a councillor Cotter car getting ticketed.
Their time was from 3:45.
She didn't hear.
You updated your rego, Pauline?
Yeah, you're getting a ticket.
Should we take 5?
Yeah.
All right, because you are so nicely through, Sam. Thank you, Yadi.
My apologies.
Thank you personally, Sam.
I just wanted to add, I feel particularly strongly on the taking away the suburban hours, particularly as we've had issues in Hornby and Riccarton. So my preference would be that you keep those suburban hours, but I do want to go over what has happened in Riccarton. I was involved in forming a liquor bylaw with the police, the university, the UCSA that stops students or young people drinking in streets. It hasn't been policed particularly well, but it's reasonable. And the issue I want to raise, if you don't have a closing off date or time at 1 o'clock, for instance, then people will migrate. And we had that at the Bush Inn, where it was a student pub at that point, 2009. They were offering cheap drinks between 1 and 3 o'clock in the morning. Cheap drinks. And what was happening, the Foundry, the student bar was closing at 12 midnight, and the students would wander down to the Bush Bar and take advantage of what was there from 1 to 3 at night. So they'd wander down in a sort of semi-state of over
over drinking alcohol, and they'd have minor vandalism and calling out and shouting. And then on the way back at 3 o'clock, it would be much worse. They ended up with at least one rape outside the bush bar about 3 o'clock one night. So this is before the earthquakes, about 2008, 2009. What happened is that we ended up in the district licensing court at one stage, and residents were there, including elderly residents, and they were cross-examined by the council for the bush bar. So it's quite formal. And out of that, the panel decided to have a closing time at the bush bar of 1 o'clock. And it actually worked. It didn't work for the bush bar, but it worked for local residents, because the bush bar didn't get the business, and then they turned it into a family restaurant. So I just want to say we've been through this where the closing times were open-ended, and the issue is migration. And I don't know if you can go back now and put in 1 o'clock for the suburbs at this point, but I just want to indicate I think it's important.
You mean 1 o'clock as opposed to 3?
Sorry?
You mean 1 o'clock as opposed to 3 o'clock?
Yes.
I think the suburbs are 11 now. Anyway, thank you, Helen.
Yes, but if you can't, then I think perhaps wait and see if there's problems.
Yeah.
And then if there's problems, then have a very serious look formally at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Because we've had a terrible experience, and it's quietened down. So everything's reasonably okay. Would you agree, Tyler, at present?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I remember the bush.
Oh, you were there.
Can't confirm nor deny.
Thank you, really appreciate it.
So it's and we've also had another bar called the
We don't really want to go naming bars now in this process.
But we had a bar that was Lower Riccarton. It went till 3 o'clock. It was the bar, the road, and then the residences. So 1 o'clock was probably better. So this was a lively bar with dancing and loud sort of music.
Councillor McDonald does karaoke.
And again, that's before the earthquakes. Things have really settled down.
Thank you, Helen.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming in. Now we have our final submitter, David Robertson, on behalf of New Zealand Police Alcohol Harm Unit.
And Lane Todd's here too.
And Lane Todd, thank you. Thank you. Our local superintendent. Thank you. Hello, and thanks for coming in.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. So my name's Dave Robinson. I'm the local Northern Academy District Alcohol Harm Prevention Unit Supervisor, and obviously Superintendent Lane Todd is the Christchurch Metro Commander. So I think he'll start if it's all right.
Yep, far away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just talk real briefly as an introduction, then hand over to Sergeant Robertson, who's got a lot more of the facts. So firstly, thanks to the council for allowing us to attend today and have some input into the process. Dave and his staff have had quite a bit of input with your policy people and your staff as we've been developing over recent months. So thank you for that opportunity. We recognise Council's desire for Christchurch to have a vibrant and dynamic hospitality scene and to attract people to live, work and play in our city. We support that from a police perspective, and we work with event organisers for large-scale events, as you would expect. Like police, Council will recognise the harm that arises from the irresponsible or inappropriate consumption of alcohol. Police are at the forefront of responding to that harm. One of our main goals is to improve public safety. One aspect of concern for police is the availability of alcohol in the central city and associated societal trends around preloading and sideloading of alcohol. We encourage council to impose some restrictions around off licences, and we notice that that has been proposed in relation to 9 p.m, and we support that. And also the restriction on new licences in vulnerable areas, and again, we support that. While not socially deprived, the central city can be viewed as vulnerable to the effects of alcohol-related harm, and we note as we go towards the opening of the new stadium as well, this is the opportunity to actually ensure we have a good LAP process.
Thank you. So yeah, I think that, I know that you've been provided a lot of information. I think I saw a document. Recent scan that got up to about 280 pages. So congratulations if you read that. I've got a short presentation behind you, and that's really around the central city. So the central city accounts for around 30% of acts with intent to injure, by which we mean assaults, serious assaults, assaults with weapons, etc. So that's a very high percentage that arises from within the 4 avenues. Additionally, in terms of sexual assaults, around 18.7% arise within the 4 avenues as well. And there's no doubt that our intel staff can tell you that that's very often alcohol is a underlying factor in that, or a contributing factor. The data you have behind you relates to the central city. Very briefly, I've obviously represented police at a number of district licensing committee hearings for renewals or new licences in different areas of town, and we produce this document relevant to each area, and generally we apply a 1 kilometre radius. Some of the figures we normally see for premises, and I won't name them, but the likes of Hornby, around 700 to 800 relevant police incidents where alcohol is a contributing factor. Some of the higher areas, Limwood, Aranui, might get towards 2,000. As you'll see from this document, in the last 5 years in the central city, it's in excess of 8,000 incidents where alcohol is identified, positively identified as a contributing factor. So the central city really is a hot pot, if you like, of alcohol harm. Part of that is because we have the highest concentration of licences in that area. At the same time, the police recognise, and we work with your council licensing inspectorate and with health to work with licensees. And with a non-licence, there's a certain degree of, I suppose, self-control. So if our licensees are meeting their requirements under the Act, they're monitoring their patrons on premises, they're making sure they've got water and alcohol, then those people are much safer than people that consume alcohol in public places or even at home unrestricted. So that, just to touch on what Superintendent Dodd said, we're not saying there shouldn't be off licences in the central city. We're just saying that if there's a proliferation of them, or if they don't have the appropriate staff systems, training and policies in place to perform at a very high level, then it's a natural igniter of what would perhaps be described as a bit of a powder keg in the central city. We see, for example, with Electric Avenue, which is a great event, becoming popular, becoming larger. We see people pouring out of off licences in the central city with their RTDs and drinking all the way to the entry gates. So that's an alcohol ban area for a reason, but that's kind of reflective of the societal trends that police are seeing. We'll address that as we can, but clearly restricting the ability of people to purchase alcohol in bulk in the central city, to consume in the central city, needs to be a focus for council. Just pick up on one other thing which the previous speaker mentioned. As part of this process, the police recommended 3 AM as a hard close for the central city, and perhaps because of the nature of Christchurch being a circle effectively, perhaps for some of the entertainment precincts such as Maryvale, even Littleton, Addington, and Roa, they may stay at 3 AM, but we suggested otherwise, that most suburban areas should be subjected to a 1 AM maximum trading hours. Many of those premises don't trade until 1, they only trade till they don't want to trade later because that's not the nature of their business. But having some restriction would be helpful. Of course, in all cases, your district licensing committee hears applications anyway, so your parameters are effectively the maximum that you apply, and then we can, along with our agency partners, can work with your DLC to try and identify what the best conditions for a particular area or licence are. I imagine there may be some questions, so
There are a couple of questions, but I might just kick away. Like when you're talking about off licences in the central city, are you suggesting a way forward with that would be to perhaps have a capped number within that 1.2k?
I don't think the police would seek to be that restrictive. As I said before, your district licensing committee has to hear them anyway. But
But we could put them in the lab, but how do we control it as you're suggesting?
I think some restriction, one of the changes that's arisen between police last providing feedback and the draft policy is changing the restrictions around sensitive sites. I think there's a move to, and I think it's referred to as the CZZ or the Central City Zone. We think the restrictions should be the same across the board, if not perhaps tighter in the Central City, because that is, you've imposed an alcohol ban for a large area there for a reason, and it's because you've responded appropriately to issues that have arisen. So that you recognise that you've got a problem in there, as the police do, and reducing that harm arising from people drinking in an uncontrolled manner means that people that are drinking in a controlled manner and moving about the city at night will be safer.
That is what I was hearing from you. You wanted tighter control. What was it say, Councillor Barber? Have you, Wanyani?
Yeah, thanks, David. I'm particularly intrigued by this concept of a second purchase decision, which is not something I'd thought of before. So is that, just to elucidate, is that people who drink earlier in the evening sort of feel like they're going to run out and then they'll go to a bottle store or something in the suburbs, potentially drunk driving to get there? Is that the sort of thing you're talking about?
That includes that type of behaviour.
Yeah.
And all the research will be that the medical officer of health may have alluded to, but that second purchase late at night, you've had a barbecue or drinks with friends, and then the sort of the conscious decision that you want to kick on, what the police see and what health, the ED department, etc., will see is the greater harm arising from that, and the harm arising later into the evening. So for police, that means calls for service further into the night.
Yeah, is that the sort of thing you see in the suburbs?
Yes, and you talk about drink driving, but also probably very much an emerging trend is the ability to order alcohol for delivery late at night, which is of concern to police. In my initial discussions, I'd suggested that not allowing delivery sales after 7 p.m. might be appropriate, apart from remote sellers. So a remote seller is someone that holds an endorsement under Section 40 of the Act, for example, wineries who can still work at 7, 8 o'clock at night and package, receive orders and package perhaps a box of sample wines for delivery to addresses. So it would be more stopping the Uber Eats deliveries as a last minute
support for that. Look, we've got Tyler, Mark, Yanni, and Mel, so we better.
Mine's around the decile ranking. You've got in here the decile ranking of 7 to 10 to be included in terms of deprivation index. With this, you're referring to off licenses being quite high, but are the antisocial events and domestic events quite high around decile 7 areas also?
They are, because often those premises have a reasonably sized catchment area.
Yep.
So it's not just that they're immediately surrounded by decile 8 or 9 or whatever. It's wider than that, so there'll be a mixture.
Okay.
That's a challenge for you, I guess. But simply what the police are saying is that you're indicating that you can see the problem in 8 to 10, but actually there's this, those areas, those poor areas or the vulnerable areas have the highest amount of off licenses. That's just a trend. It's not a great trend, but it is. 7 has the deprived areas ranking at 7 have a similarly high amount.
Okay.
So effectively, that's a consideration for you.
That's great. Thank you.
Mark?
Thank you. Mine's more around sensitive sites. We've had a number of submitters today talk about looking at including things like early childhood centres. What would your thoughts on that one be?
We've supported that in the draft policy. The research is pretty clear around exposure of children to alcohol and in a range of ways, but certainly from the point of view of talking about advertising and that type of stuff, we know that it is harmful and it influences future drinking.
Around town, those have been highlighted to us as potential sensitive sites.
Yes, and you're not necessarily talking about social deprivation or the sites that we view as sensitive sites, schools, etc., churches, addiction services. You know, the bus exchange is a challenging place, and that's certainly a big focus of lane staff. So, you know, having bog stalls close to that is kind of likely incendiary, I suppose.
Okay, Yanni?
We've heard from some submitters on a few other things in terms of safety. For example, we only have one safe city officer. They've requested that we have additional. We've heard from the youth council concern around late night transport options home, for example. I was just wondering, aside from, you know, in recognising that there's some controls in the LAP that we can do, other things that we could consider to make the central cities safer related to reducing the risk of harm from alcohol outside of the scope of the LAP. So I just wondered if you had any thoughts around late night transport options, for example, or other late night sort of investments that we could make, given the frequency of the incidents that
Suggestions outside of the lab.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not something that we've particularly turned our mind to. The bus exchange can be a problem as it is, and so having larger groups of people later at night may be an issue if you're talking about expanding your transport service. Some options likely, and there's going to be a challenge for you around the new stadium as well, because we don't really quite understand how people to make their way to the stadium, and there seems to be in Christchurch a reluctance to use the bus. When actually it's you know, the way our city is geographically, it probably fits. So I don't have a particular sort of theory on that. We talked about city safe officers. They've been very successful as I suppose, a prevention tool in other areas or in other cities and in other parts of our city. I was involved in a pilot for the ambassadors in New Brighton, going back quite some time, working with the local community board there. Any presence, any deterrent presence helps, and will ensure that people, you know, feel safer and are safer. So, some of you, for the terrace, for example, there's a real issue on the nearest intersection of Oxford Terrace, Hereford Street, around Uber drivers and taxi drivers and people congregating there, waiting for rides home, and it seems to be a bit of a flashpoint. So one option I would suggest you consider is whether you could use part of Oxford Terrace, Tara Street, on the other side of the river, or Cambridge Terrace, as an Uber zone where people can sort of migrate to, so that they're not gathering in large numbers for long periods, waiting for a ride home, and the frustrations and the effects of alcohol on the rides.
We removed all the parking for them when we did the street upgrade. So this was predicted.
Last question from Mel.
Sorry, I've got 3 questions, sorry. So you talked about supermarkets and closing those at 9 p.m. for alcohol sales. Did you have any comment on supermarkets and high deprivation areas, which currently we've got excluded in the draft, but a lot of people have talked about today?
I guess the advantage with the point of difference with the supermarket is their product range is much more limited. You can't buy bulk spirits there or RTDs, so that's helpful. It's still an availability of alcohol. There's perhaps more of a process to purchasing alcohol, going into a store and going to the single alcohol area, etc. I'd encourage you to consider having that as part of your off license, certainly with the 9 p.m. close. I suppose it's a double-edged sword in terms of expansion and in other areas of Canterbury. Obviously, Selwyn and Waimak, with growth, their councils have to be careful to not say we're not going to have any more supermarkets in a particular area because the housing may grow and the demand for a supermarket increases. So
the ability to sell alcohol in a high deprivation area,
which is why I think the 9 p.m. close. Yeah, what I'm saying, sorry if I misunderstood the question. The question is, you know, would we want to see effectively a sinking lid or restriction on new off licenses? For a supermarket, it's slightly different. if you've got the same restriction on trading hours, then that's a good scenario.
I think with the 9 PM, though, it is worth considering that for supermarkets. Now, I know they'll argue, well, I'm open till 10, how come I can't keep selling alcohol till 10? If we go back several years when selling alcohol in supermarkets first came in, there was definitely restrictions. They couldn't sell on Sundays, there was restricted hours, they had to fence it off. You know,
When
so it has
was
been
that? Do you know when that was? Sorry, Mel.
Late 90s.
when we were a young constable.
We're just trying to think.
I mean, I sort of think I was a sergeant back then, yeah, so probably 25 years ago.
Yeah. Mel, sorry.
Policing, well, deliveries that happen outside, but you know, between 11 PM for remote sales and 7 AM. Do you police that, or is it difficult to police? Can you?
It's difficult to police. We've looked at, so the police, my work group will do what's called controlled purchase operations, where we'll test unlicensed sites with underage volunteers, to send them in and ask them to try and buy alcohol. It's a consideration to move to looking to do that with delivery alcohol sales. The problem is that we're probably limited to just the minors. We can't. One of the concerns for police is that availability, the immediate availability of alcohol to people in those situations late at night when they're already intoxicated or when they're already significantly affected by alcohol. That's tougher for us to test, because the suggestion is that, you know, it's almost a form of entrapment, I suppose. If you and then how do you manage that?
But it wouldn't be the person purchasing who would be responsible. It would be the person who has allowed the delivery to occur, the retailer, that would be responsible.
Right. So that's a key question for police nationally is, for example, Uber drivers or DoorDash drivers. We don't anticipate that they have any formal training as a duty manager, or even as a day-to-day worker in a bar without a manager certificate, has an understanding of the act and the responsibility to not sell to minors.
But again, it would be the retailer that's responsible. But anyway, my third one was the University of Canterbury have come in and requested that their university site be a sensitive site, like a primary or secondary school. Do you have any comment on that?
I probably see value in that.
Yeah.
I know that they've had ongoing problems with halls of residence, with island fields, and with other things. That there was a proposed Balsaw and Crake Road, which attracted very strong opposition from the community, including the university. So I think it's probably admirable that the university recognises some of the problems that their students, or the availability of alcohol impacts on students as much as anyone.
Great. Thank you very much. Well, it was incredibly valuable to have you here talking to us. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks for coming in a little bit early. That's timely as well. Right. So that brings us to the end of our hearing our submitters. It's been really interesting today, isn't it? So now we'd like to invite staff back to the table to answer any questions that we may have that have arisen from today. We don't have any today. We can always fire them through anyway. And have them
I just sent them 14 questions.
Yeah, oh, that'll do.
What are they for now?
No, they're for later.
I think we'll just do the verbal ones today. Maybe pick one, to be honest. Thank you. No, from Tyler's 14.
Oh.
You can have half. Right. Thank you. You can see we've had some very focused and repeated messages. And I guess there are some questions around what we do have control over. Let's start from. Do you want to say anything, or do you just want straight to questions?
Perhaps there's a few things that I could run through very quickly, just some points of clarity. So I'll start with the pre-engagement, particularly around supermarkets. There were some numbers mentioned today, and we just want to clarify that in that pre-engagement, 21% of respondents supported the 10 PM closing time, 22% supported 11 PM, and 54% supported 9 PM. So just to be clear, there was around 3,000 submitters who completed that early engagement, and that's how the numbers fell out, and that's in that report that you've already got. In terms of the deprivation.
Sorry, Amy, what percent? 50?
Those, yeah. 54% supported 9 p.m.
Thank you, that's what I need to know. Yep.
In terms of how the deprivation has been worked up within the policy, this is a little bit complicated, so bear with me. There are a number of levels that you can look at deprivation at. So Stats NZ has what they call geographies, and they come at a range of different scales. In the research report, where we looked at how many licenses were in each deprivation decile, we use the mesh blocks, which is the smallest geography and is generally about a street size. In the policy, because the mesh blocks are messy, there's thousands of them in Christchurch, as you all probably know, we have gone with SA2s, which are the second biggest geography. So what it means is that a lot of those decile 7 areas at a mesh block level are actually covered within what we've proposed. And we've just run some numbers really quickly. So in Christchurch, there are 532 deprivation 7 mesh blocks. So that's really small ones. 34% of those are covered by the proposed freeze area as it is at the moment. There are some areas that are not covered though, and those include the central city, St Albans, some parts of Burnside, some areas in Harewood and Belfast, actually. Belfast. So some of them are covered at the mesh block level, some of them aren't, but we can look at what deprivation 7 and finally, you would have heard in a few submitters talk about how we've looked at distances from schools. How we've looked at the distances from schools. Yes. I've just clarified today, and it is as I thought. We have taken what we call the polygons, so essentially the school site, the whole area, and have run the 200 metres around the whole thing. So it's not just from the entrance.
We've done what people wanted.
Yeah, exactly. It's the whole school site, and that's how it is in the policy at the moment as we consulted. So that's those 3. Now we can deal with any other questions if you like.
Yeah, well, that's good because one of those was mine. So Mel? Then
The concept of buffer zone that came up, are you going to comment on it?
Yes, so one of the challenges we have is drawing lines somewhere on a map, and which is a difficult thing because we draw it, other people think you should draw it somewhere else. So the idea around the buffer zone is that essentially it would obviously shift the lines further away, and the idea being that it'd stop these people across the road from opening up out of these from these freeze areas. At the moment, the way that the LAP is drafted, we have put in that clause that gives the DLC discretion to essentially decline a license if they think it would be still servicing a high deprivation area. So that was one of the ways that we tried to tackle that. So there's a clause as it's currently was consulted on that gives the DLC that discretion. Because so if it's directly over the road from an area that is red on the map, they can say actually it's probably unlikely that you should be opening up here because this is an area where we think you'd be servicing this community of high deprivation. That's how we've tried to tackle it in the policy at the moment. A 500 metre buffer zone around it could be possible, and we can put that on a map. I'll show you at the next workshop just so you can see. One of the things that we consider with these areas is that, as I sort of alluded to at the start, it's no matter where you draw them, people want them sort of bigger or smaller or add this or that bit. So we do have to sort of draw a line somewhere, I guess. Yeah.
In saying that, we had no one come and talk to us today, at least asking for them to be smaller, which was an interesting.
Yeah, we very few people in response asked them to be smaller, like maybe 2 or 3.
Be interesting to look at other buffer zone sizes, like even 100 metres or 200 metres. So big, but
at the moment, the areas, as I said, are based on those SA2s with a deprivation decile score. I think you'd be fine with a buffer, but I would think carefully about adding in bespoke areas and getting into that kind of change, because that steers you away from a very clear definition of SA2s, decile 8, 9, and 10 when you start making bespoke changes to that boundary.
Well, you're not
Yep.
looking.
But I'm listening.
The rebuttable presumption that Auckland's got, you got a comment on that, because it was quite interesting.
Yeah, so my understanding is that the policy that Auckland has in place, they have areas called priority overlays, which is their sort of doing, which is they've got areas of 24, I think, areas of the city where they are restricting from opening up. So that, and they're like sort of circles on a map essentially around sort of shopping areas and that sort of thing. I think their policy says that they're in place for 2 years, there's a freeze in those areas. After the 2 years, there's a rebuttable presumption, which is essentially there's a presumption that you won't be able to open up a new license in those areas unless you sort of show otherwise. So it's a way that they are sort of flipping the onus. So they're saying the presumption is that you can't open up after that 2 years.
But it's only within those areas. Is it only within those areas though?
So yes.
It's actually probably weaker than what we're suggesting in our decile 8 or.
It's just another.
No, it's probably not. I mean, I think, could you come back with some advice around that option, please, for us? Advantages and disadvantages compared to our.
And where, it could be in everywhere else.
Yeah. Mark?
Thank you.
Tyler?
We would have had other people question about early childhood centres being included in sensitive sites. Is that something we could perhaps do something, perhaps we come back to it?
Yep, absolutely. So we can put on a map, for instance, where they all are, and so you can see how it looks. The original, one of the reasons why we didn't include it the first time around was that there are so many and they are easily set up. So you can convert a house, for instance, on a street relatively easy into a build child centre. You can't do that with making a secondary school or something like that. So there are a lot of them around the city, a few hundred, I think. And so one of the reasons why we, even though that's what we heard from the community during our pre-engagement that we didn't put out, there are a lot, you end up covering a lot more of the city. So that's fine if that's what you want to do, and we can show that on a map.
With that, that's talking about a reduced distance of 50 metres, so not the 200, but 50.
Yeah,
whether that could be.
We could show that as well.
Yeah, that could be useful. What else is there? On the exemption for grocery. That's something I'll be interested in. The other one that's come up repeatedly is sales. If there's any way we can deal with that, perhaps through the delivery time or something like that.
Any levers at all? Anything?
Discretionary conditions?
Yeah. It's a tricky one. I can try and explain, if you'd like, the situation with remote sales, because I know it has come up quite a lot. And so I can try and hopefully do my best to make some sense of it. So the reason why we have to date, and would still say this is an issue for central government, is that the issues lie with the legislation, the Sale and Supply of Alcohol Act. And as some of the submitters said today, essentially the Act was written at a time where they didn't envisage the way that things were being sold and delivered as they are now. So it's probably a little bit out of date on that front. But the way that there are two clauses in the Act that make it really hard for us to do anything with remote sales. One is section 49, which says essentially that any policies relating to hours don't apply to remote sales. So what that means is that you can make a remote sale at any time. So I could go on the online, for instance, which is sort of the point in some respects for remote sales. I can go online at any time and buy alcohol. So that's one part, and that's the sale of alcohol. The next part is the delivery of alcohol. There's a clause in the Act, section 59, which explicitly states that the delivery of alcohol can't happen between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. So what the advice we've had, our legal advice on that, is that makes it really tricky for us to have a policy that talks and that restricts the hours that alcohol can be delivered, because the Act explicitly or inherently sort of is implying that you can have remote sales up until 11 p.m. Now, this is a bit of a grey area, and this is why we think it would be better to deal with this at a national level through the legislation, because you could try and do something, but that would probably there would be some associated sort of legal risk or challenge potentially around that. So it makes it really hard for us to do anything in the LAP to address the sales. And I guess one more point is that other LAPs around the country don't really address this either. And I think that's probably why it's really difficult to,
How long do you think it will take them to review the Sale of Alcohol Act? Because that's where it would sit, wouldn't it, really?
Yeah, okay. It sits with the Ministry of Justice, the Minister of Justice, who's responsible for that act. We have made contact with them previously, who said, yes, we're aware, essentially, of the situation. And yeah, it's for them to,
I mean, that's where the tricky part is. I mean, we're looking at a local alcohol policy, and then you're saying that we don't have control over that bit, which is really annoying because we want to.
Yeah, so the advice is that local alcohol policy can't override those clauses that I just mentioned.
Yeah, well,
There are, so yeah, it's just already.
Saying, Mel, we can.
Look, I'm just reading the Brewers Guild online sales supply guidelines, whoever they are, and it says you may only deliver between blah, 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 not a Good Friday, et cetera, but check your LAP in case this differs. I mean, the way that we're reading the act is the minimum requirements, and LAPs, my understanding, can come in with what we would like if it's a more restrictive. So if we open up ourselves to legal challenge, also what?
Yeah, well, there's that, but can we get clarity on
very
that
clear.
as well? That'd be good if we get clarity, because we've heard it loud and clear, and also what we've heard loud and clear is a level playing field. So even at 11 PM is not fair when we're asking everyone else to close at 9. Tyler?
I've only got 2. Everything else you can sort of.
Actually said you could have 1,
but the first one is on the buy now, pay later scheme.
Yeah.
Can we add that as a discretionary condition under the LAP?
That's something we'd definitely have to get advice from our legal team on.
I'm so keen. Yeah, so keen. The next question is around sensitive sites. Now, after we've done the consultation, are we able to add sensitive sites after?
I think you should be fine, and again, we might need to check with legal.
Okay.
To add ones that submitters have commented on.
Yes, we've been asked by several to actually review the definition of that as well.
Well,
Do we need advice on that?
They have suggested specific sites, so as long as you're responding to feedback.
If we could, and I don't know if we can work around this.
Legal will have an opinion on that.
Fine, but it's the bus interchange, right? But then you've also got the Riccarton interchange, which wasn't noted, but it's public transport infrastructure, which they really wanted to talk on. I'm not sure if we can add that to the proposal.
Some legal advice.
Great, putting it on the airwaves. Thanks.
My question was on the buy now, pay later, and Tyler's covered it.
Still have one?
I had the same.
Sam?
It was on the remote delivery stuff again. So, because I kind of have similar view to Mel, which is, can we not signal the intent, or like, can't the government catch up with us in terms of if we put something in, if it's at risk of challenge, we get challenged for stuff all the time. We literally have a whole team of lawyers for that literally reason. And yet I kind of think we should send that message. So I'd be keen to understand, it's very unusual. You have Hospitality New Zealand, Health, and the bottle shops come in and say, we're all happy to reduce our hours if we can get that. And it just seems like it would be nice to get some maybe different advice on how
We'll go away and provide some advice. We might have to give that to you on PX if it is.
That'd be
legal
good.
advice. Yes.
Because if we succeed in reducing the hours for the others, we're only benefiting.
We're just sending people online.
We're not going to fix the problem.
Let's go lawyers. Yeah.
Okay, well, if he says that, it won't be PX. Sarah.
Yeah. Following up on others, I'm keen for us to test that in whichever way, but also like things that we end up recognizing that are issues like that one and the buy now pay later. If there are things that we can't address, then are we able to just put a resolution in that asks council to do some really strong advocacy, like rewriting to the minister, all of those kind of things in the meantime as they're preparing their review of the act, so those things get in early. I think we've added tools in so people can think of things that we can't do that we need legal changes for.
And I've just got one really weird one, but that is about, oh, yeah, we've got one too. Just about, is Tyler called them the duty, what did you call them?
Yeah, here we go.
Stop it. But it's about the franchise model that Super Liquor have, and that they have to pass a kind of a test before they're given that franchise, and then they're monitored and they've got to comply. Do we have any ability to do that across the board to all bottle stores? So they need to be at a certain compliance level that a lot of them would not meet, in my view.
As a discretionary condition.
Yeah, let us provide
some advice.
back.
Yep, and finally, Yanni.
Yeah, cool. So two things from me. Just similar to that, there was concern raised around the employment, practices, and I still don't understand why the DLC has turned a blind eye to that in the past. That's kind of what I took from some of the submissions, maybe incorrectly, but it did seem to me odd that wouldn't be part of a consideration in licensing. So any advice we can get back on that?
That's part of what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
too.
so we'll provide
in.
some advice. The other thing is that it's really obvious that the central city is an issue. I look at the maps that we've got. One of the poorest parts of the city, which is between Madras to Fitzgerald within the 4 Avs, is excluded. And
Decile 7.
right, and that's probably because of all the new Airbnbs that have been built at quite considerable, prices. But actually, and I recognise there's been a displacement of that community post-earthquake. But you've got places like the City Mission, for example. You've got emergency accommodation. I think you've got some women's accommodation at the YWCA. So I just wanted to know if we could get some advice around, are there other things we can do within the central city? Maybe it's the sensitive sites, maybe it's the, the extension into decile 7. But it does seem to me a bit of an area of concern.
So a little bit of context around the population index. It is, for want of a better word, calculated based on the people who live in those areas. So there's a little bit in there about housing, but it is very much people focused on the people who live there. So I mean, if there are people in those areas who aren't permanent residents.
Do you know what the census data was used for? Was it the 18 or the 23?
It's the 23. So we've got the latest deprivation index that arrived just in time at the end of last year. So everything you've got is based on the 23.
Because I guess I'm still concerned that the census does exclude a number of people counted. And I know that 2018 one, well, I think it was, what was it, 2000?
Christchurch has very good coverage. I know that you will have heard in the media about poor coverage in some areas. Because we are urban, we have very good coverage, and Stats NZ have started using more admin source data. So less and less they are relying on those hard copy census forms that we all fill in to gather information. There are other, what we know as admin sources that are filling those gaps. So I think from a census point of view, and I'm going to brief you probably next month on the census stuff, don't be concerned about the coverage of Christchurch because it is good.
Okay, thank you. And just while we're on the central city, the police talked about a 1.2k radius from the cathedral. And there, I thought that their strong emphasis was on licenses. Should we look at restricting the numbers in there, just at per se? So maybe some advice on that. Celeste?
Just a quick question around if we testing things around the remote licenses and things like that that could get challenged, does that risk the putting that LAP into it? Like, would it hold up the rest of it? So if we put things in there that we potentially kind of
Let us come back with that advice all on the same topic. Is there anyone on that?
Down 15. Okay, we're done. Questions